Good morning. Here we are in our first bout of the Cascadian Clash. Greco on the line for Bay Area Derby, grabbing that lead jammer position. Phytochondria on the line for Coyote Country Roller Derby. I like something's wrong with my computer. I have like no control, and OBS is just like on top of everything. Oh, here it goes. Solar Roller on the line for Coyote Country Roller Derby in that lead jam position. Express Lane Jane for Bay Area Derby, looking for some room there. See that star in the hand for Express Lane Jane. Solar Roller kicking out in front, grabbing 4 points on that last pass for Coyote Country. It's not over here on this screen at all. There it goes, okay. Coyote Country putting 8 points on the board for that last pass. She'll be sassy on the line for Coyote Country. Lex Kilderick on the line for Bay Area. Picking up a quick 4 and calling it off. Bay Area having a little bit of trouble getting up on that scoreboard. Coyote Country not letting them touch those initial or scoring passes so far. Phytochondria on the line for Coyote Country. Bay Area got Goliath grabbing that lead jamming position for Bay Area Derby. Goliath. Calling off that jam. Bay Area getting up on that scoreboard with 4 points. And that first pass, 4 in that last 8 altogether there, 8:22. Just about 5 minutes into this first half. Detroit Demon for Bay Area getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position and calling it off right there. Not wanting to give anything away, picking up 1 point for themselves. Coyote Country stuck at 22. Bay Area starting to ring that. Express Lane Jane for Bay Area, Whiskey Smash for Coyote Country. She'll be Sassy on the line for Coyote Country Roller Derby. Greco on the line for Bay Area. Nice big push there. She'll be Sassy getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position. Greco coming out not far behind. Looks like taking a little bit of face impact there. Both teams with one blocker in the penalty box. Coyote calling it off. Picking up 4 points in that last pass. Lex killed Derek, blowing off that line and picking up that lead jam position nearly off of that whistle. Bay Area Derby in full control right now, but a big hit to the inside. Lex getting knocked out. Fida Condria looks like headed to the penalty box. Looks like a track cut call there. That is going to be a 30-second power jam for Lex Kilderick. Bay Area in a good position right now to bring that score difference back. Lex with a big fight through there, picking up 8 points so far. A big push there. Bay Area Derby putting 16 on the board, 26-29. Coyote Country just with a 3-point lead there. What a strong play from Bay Area, bringing that lead back up. Goliath on the line for Bay Area. Solar Roller on the line for Coyote Country. Solar Roller with a big kickback there, having to recycle back behind. Bay Area sending one of their pack into the penalty box. Goliath pushing up through the top. Solar Roller coming out of that pack nearly the same time. A little shoulder-to-shoulder action there from those jammers. Solar Roller slipping out through in front, though. 4 points on the board for Solar Roller. Whiskey Smash on the line for Coyote Country. Detroit Demon on the line for Bay Area. Whiskey Smash was stuck in a hole there, managing to pry themselves out with some force. Big hits there to the outside on corner one. Whiskey Smash with a big recycle. Looks like Detroit Demon with that star in their hand, getting recycled way back behind Sharkbait there. Star pass there to Big Perm for Bay Area. Whiskey Smash still in that lead jam position, stuck in the back of that pack though, a bit of ping-ponging around. A hard fight there. Strong defense from both teams there, really fighting as we see that scoreboard just slow right down. Coyote Country only at 34, Bay Area at 29. Almost 15 minutes into this first half. Express Lane Jane for Bay Area. Looking for some room there. Looks like with the star in their hand, but she'll be sassy, grabbing that lead jam position for Coyote Country. Coming to the back of that pack with some serious momentum, able to push right up through that first wall. Star pass there to Bad Blocker for Bay Area. Sassy calling it off, not letting it go nowhere. Greco on the line for Bay Area. Solar Roller grabbing that lead jam position though for Coyote Country. Just slightly out in front. Little jammer on jammer. Neither team wanting to give away a single point here. We see Coyote just calling that jam off. Lex Kilderick on the line for Bay Area. Whiskey Smash on the line for Coyote Country. Lex Kilderick on the line there for Bay Area. Whiskey smashing that lead jam position, and a star pass for Bay Area to Bad Blocker. Whiskey out to that outside wall and calling it off. Strong that wall there from Bay Area, just forcing that jam to an end. 4 points though on the board for Coyote Country. Goliath on the line for Bay Area. She'll be Sassy on the line for Coyote Country. Looking for a big recycle there on Goliath, but not happening. Coyote Country not getting that. Looks like a track cut being issued there to Goliath. That'll be a power jam situation for Coyote Country. She'll be Sassy getting through that pack on that initial pass. Looks like a multiplayer block being issued potentially there. Right there at the end of that jam, yes, I believe so. Multiplayer block. That's going to leave Bay Area with 2 blockers in the penalty box. Coyote going to try to take full advantage of that. Solar Roller getting that lead jam position nice and quick, taking advantage of that power jam situation. Goliath out of the penalty box, engaged in that wall, but on that inside line, not able to go anywhere. Lady Hayes shutting that outside and inside door. Big push though. Solar Roller coming in hot to that inside pack, getting knocked down quick, having to recycle back to the back of it. Up at the top though, Goliath push and hard as they can on that Coyote Country wall there. Just the last 2 blockers as there's one in the middle trying to bridge that pack gap. Down to a single blocker there. Goliath a little one-on-one, finally getting around Coyote Country, having to let go. That pack was extended as far as possible. 10:45 left on the clock. Coyote Country with a little bit of a lead there once again. 51-29 to Bay Area. Looks like we got a team timeout being called for Coyote Country. Back from that team timeout, we got Detroit Demon on the line for Bay Area. Whiskey Smash on the line for Coyote Country. Looks like Detroit Demon still in that lead jam position. Whiskey Smash in that jamming position in the penalty box as that jam came to an end. That is going to be a power jam start there for Bay Area. Bay Area down 22 points. Greco on the line for Bay Area. Whiskey Smash on the line for Coyote Country. Still in that penalty box though. Greco in that lead jam position, got 4 points on the board. Whiskey Smash gonna try to put that pressure back on Greco. Getting through on that initial right there. Greco getting a nice little spin and hop there, calling that jam off, picking up 8 points, 41-51. 8 minutes left in this first half. What a tight game this has been thus far. There's no way, not in a million years. Express Lane Jane grabbing that lead jam position basically right off that whistle. She'll be sassy, trying to catch up, not far behind for Coyote Country. We're seeing both those jammers coming to that pack hot. Bay Area's jammer calling that off quick. Solar Roller grabbing that lead jam position for Coyote Country. Lex Kilderick on the line for Bay Area, just pushing through on that initial, getting through the top of that pack there. Solar Roller looking for some room. That inside line, Lex Kilderick managing to get through, not quite as cleanly as they hope, but managing to push up through the top. Coyote calling off that jam. And we have an official review being called by Coyote Country. We'll have some more information on that shortly. A timeout, not an official review. Oh, it is being used as a timeout. There we go. Thank you, Molly and Andy, our officials, for telling me how it works. Little secret. right, back from our official review used as a timeout. Whiskey Smash on the line for Coyote Country. Goliath on the line for Bay Area. Whiskey Smash pushing through the top of that pack, picking up 4 points. Bay Area's walls getting tougher and tougher to skate through. Coyote Country putting 3 more on at the end of that jam. 63-48, 5 minutes left in this first half. Fight a Country on the line for Coyote Country. Detroit Demon on the line for Bay Area. Fight a Country trying to push the top of that pack apart, managing to do so. Detroit Demon, though, already getting up in that lead jam position right up to the top, looking for that initial, or those scoring points right there, managing to grab a few. No, grabbing none at all. Calling that jam off. Bay Area 48, Coyote Country 63. Express Lane Jane on the line for Bay Area. She'll be Sassy on the line for Coyote Country. She'll be Sassy grabbing that lead jam position for Coyote. Express Lane J not far behind that pack. A big old inside jump there from Shelby Sassy. Not able to keep it in the track though, having to recycle, calling off that jam. Let's see if any points are given away there. Looks like maybe 1 point, 2 points there to Bay Area. Greco picking out of that pack, grabbing that lead jam position for Bay Area. Pterodactyl grabbing that star pass for Coyote Country. Greco on that inside line with a nice little hip hop and a skip, managing to get around that pack. Pterodactyl picking up 4 points in that jamming position after catching that star pass earlier. 4 points on the board for Greco. Still in that lead jam position. Greco with a huge inside line hop. Looks like a track cut though. Pterodactyl looking for some room in the back of that pack. We're gonna see this jam go the full 2 minutes. Coyote Country sending one of their blockers to that pack, or to the penalty box there, sorry. One of Bay Area is headed to the penalty box as well. And in this power jam situation here for Pterodactyl, about 20 seconds left on the clock. 4 more points on the board for Coyote Country. Greco gonna try to make up for that penalty in the middle of that jam there. Pterodactyl finding some easy room around the outside. Greco managing to find some room on the inside. Both picking up 4 on that last pass. 12-12 for each jammer. The full 2 minutes. What a jam and what a blocking group from both of those packs. She'll be Sassy on the line for Coyote. Lex Kilderick on the line for Bay Area. And that is halftime, 10-minute halftime here. Bay Area 65, Coyote Country 79.
You are watching the 2025 Cascadian Clash, a WFTDA tournament hosted by Gorge Roller Derby.
We are almost back. 1.5 minutes left. And we'll be playing more roller derby at the 2026 Cascadian Clash. Yeah, in there. You have to go like through there. It's in there. It's in the kitchen. No, they're out to field. There will be from down there later. I don't think they show up till like 11. How late does this thing go? Oh, we are ready for period 2. Starting with so few skaters on the track. There we see we had 2 Bay Area skaters and I believe at least 1 Coyote Country in the penalty box there. Greco in that lead jam position for Bay Area Derby. Bay Area looking for a clawback here. 4 points on the board. She'll be sassy in that jamming position for Coyote Country. $12 points on the board for Bay Area in that last jam. 4 points on the board. Express Lane Jane on the line for Bay Area. Phytochondria on the line for Coyote Country. Express Lane Jane in that lead jam position. Big push there, Solar Roller in the middle of that pack, looking for some room. Greco doing the same thing at that front wall. Coyote Country with a solid wall of white at the top. Trying to cut open some edges though. Solar Roller finding an outside line to grab that lead jam position. Looks like Greco taking a big hit there in the middle of that pack with a hard push getting through the front of that wall. Solar Roller pushing up to the top, picking up 4 points there and calling off the jam. Lex killed Derek for Bay Area Whiskey Smash, looking to pass off that star looked like there for just a moment, but now with it in their hand, Lex killed Derek, looking for some room up at the top, getting knocked to that outside line by Betty Rumble. Six points on the board there for Bay Area. She'll be sassy with 91 or with 4. Official timeout being called. Goliath on the line for Bay Area. She'll be sassy on the line for Coyote. But in that penalty box, we are seeing that pack stretch. This is called the Pack Armstrong maneuver right there. That's where you stretch the pack out as far as you can before it has to come back together as one. And we're seeing Goliath take full advantage of that there. Getting that initial pass knocked to the outside. It looks like we might have an injury on the outside of the track there. EMTs to the track, please. EMTs to the track. Medics. And an official timeout being called. Thank you so much. Make some noise for Lady Hayes one more time. Roller derby is a full contact sport. If you forgot that, I'm sorry. We're here to remind you, and the medics will also remind you when they're wrapping you back up. She'll be Sassy on the line for Coyote Country. Lex Kilderick on the line for Bay Area. Lex getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position for Bay Area. Lex picking up 4 points so far in this jam. She'll be Sassy. Looking for some room still in the middle of that pack. That handout looks like a star pass being initiated. With some movement there, Sharkbait coming out of that pack with some momentum and speed initially. (91-92), this game has been so tight so far. 96-91, Bay Area kicking up. 92 there, actually, for Coyote Country. 22:55 left on the clock here for this second half. Another point being added to Coyote Country's board there. 93-96, 3-point difference. Whiskey Smash blowing out of that pack as fast as humanly possible. Grabbing that lead jam position for Coyote Country. Detroit Demon on the line for Bay Area. Bay Area with one blocker in the pack. Looks like we see a bunch of Bay Area blockers here. Their hands up, trying not to get a blocking penalty as they are knocked to their knees. And we see Whiskey Smash actually picking up a penalty in the middle of that there. It looks like that is going to be a power jam situation for Detroit Demon up at the top of that pack. Whiskey Smash again in that penalty box. Waiting Detroit Demon to take advantage of this power jam situation, stuck in the back of that pack there. Detroit Demon again looking for some room in the middle of that pack, trying to get up towards the top of that wall from Coyote Country, just getting ping-ponged back over and over again. That wall from Coyote Country proving to be too resilient there. Almost running the full 2 minutes, and this jammers are definitely tired. Whiskey Smash out of the penalty box, handing off a star pass there to Pterodactyl. Pterodactyl taking a run for it from Coyote Country. Bay Area breaking that 100-point mark there. Phytochondria on the line for Coyote Country. grabbing that lead jam position. Express Lane Jano not far behind on that initial pass. Conjure again stuck on that outside wall for Bay Area, trying to call off the jam, it looked like for a second. Express Lane Jane, though, out in front, managing to get that inside pass, grabbing 4 points there for Bay Area. Coyote Country calling it off. Bay Area 104, Coyote Country 102, 19-26 on the clock. What a tight bout this has been so far. Greco on the line for Bay Area. Solar Roller on the line for Coyote Country. Greco grabbing that lead jam position. Solar Roller looking for some room right there on that inside line of corner one, getting ping-ponged around just a little bit there. Trying to get some help too from their pivot to get through, push through that pack. Hayes with a big attempted block there. Solar Roller pushing on that inside line, putting that pressure on Greco. Greco calling off that jam, picking up 4 points in that last pass there. 8 on the board for Bay Area, 4 on the board for Coyote Country. Lex Kilderick on the line for Bay Area, trying to push to the top of that pack. Whiskey Smash getting recycled way to the back there by Bay Area's blockers. Whiskey Smash grabbing that lead jam position there for Coyote Country. Lex Kilderick for Bay Area. With that star in the hand, a big recycle to the back of the pack again. Coyote Country just running the top of that pack there, recycling a bunch of those attempts there from Bay Area to get through the top of that wall. Whiskey Smash taking full advantage there, but that pack spread out is going to have to face that pack alone, it looks like a little bit. Sharkbait just driving that pack around. Blocker for sure. Goliath on the line for Bay Area. She'll be sassy for Coyote Country. She'll be sassy, making that room out in front of Goliath in full control, calling that jam off. Yeah. 114, 113, 14:30 left on the clock. We're basically starting this game right now with most of our energy gone. Detroit Demon on the line for Bay Area. Phytochondria on the line for Coyote Country. Phytochondria grabbing that lead jam position. Coyote calling it off, not wanting to give any of those points away, picking up a quick 3, it looks like 4 actually. Express Lane Jane on the line for Bay Area. Solar Roller on the line for Coyote Country. Express Lane Jane picking up that lead jam position. Sharkbait grabbing that star pass for Coyote Country. And we see Sharkbait running right up that inside line. Express Lane Jane still in that lead jam position here. We're on a team timeout for Coyote Country. 117, 121. We take a quick look at our jamming stats. Greco with 32 points this jam. Solar Roller with 31 points. Or not this jam, but this bout so far. Solar Roller with 31. The two top jammers are nearly neck and neck. Star off the helmet, it looks like there for Whiskey Smash. Greco grabbing that lead jam position. Whiskey Smash to the outside, getting rung around. Greco looking for a push right through the middle. Looks like penalty being issued there to Coyote Country's pivot. Greco getting a little personal interaction there in the middle of that track as they took a little lie down before they got back up and decided to do some more skating. Lady Hayes trying to get a piece of Greco there at the top of that pack, not able to do so. See this bout has taken its toll so far. These skaters are definitely skating a little bit slower, but not with any less dedication or motivation. The strategy has started to wear down. Goliath on the line for Bay Area. She'll be Sassy on the line for Coyote Country. She'll be Sassy looking for a roll there to get out of that pack. Goliath at the top of that pack, pushing as hard as possible. We're seeing that pack slow right on down there. Goliath getting knocked to the outside. A power jam situation. She'll be Sassy hanging out in the penalty box for Coyote Country. Pack slowing right on down there as a big hits there in the middle of that pack, trying to push that apart, create a little bit of momentum in action there. Goliath just running out of it, the top of that pack. Coyote Country not letting them go. Both packs have just said, that's enough. We're gonna stick to you like glue. Those jammers are facing some serious determination from those blockers. Goliath getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position. Running that jam down. Neither jammer getting a point on the board there. Timeout being called. Official timeout being called. We are in an official timeout. Detroit Demon on the line for Bay Area. Phytochondria on the line for Coyote Country. Detroit Demon grabbing that lead jam position for Bay Area. Phytochondria breaking out of that pack on that initial. Bay Area shutting that show down. 7:30 on the clock. Each jammer picking up 1 point. 125 Bay Area, 126 Coyote Country. An incredibly tight bout so far. Looks like we got a timeout being called Coyote Country. Checking in with our jam stats so far. We got some high-scoring jammers: Greco, Whiskey Smash, Bad Blocker, and Solar Roller. Express Lane Jane on the line for Bay Area. Solar Roller on the line for Coyote Country. Solar Roller grabbing that lead jam position. Express Lane Jane looking for some room in the middle of that pack there, as you can see, trying to work a way around the outside. Solar Roller finding a top opening, managing to push through the top, grab 4 points on their initial scoring pass. Solar Roller picking up 4 more. Express Lane Jane getting through on that initial. Looking for some room though. Solar Roller not gonna let that happen. Shutting that down. 12 points on the board for Coyote Country. A 13-point lead there. 5:50 left on the clock. Bay Area gonna be looking for an immediate strike back. Greco on the line for Bay Area. Whiskey Smash on the line for Coyote Country. Coyote Country, though, with 2 of their blockers in the penalty box. Greco able to take full advantage of that, get that lead jam position for Bay Area. Whiskey Smash, though, not far behind on that initial. Greco through for 4. Whiskey Smash trying to work their way around the outside at corner 3 and 4 there. Getting shoveled back to the inside though. Greco on that inside line jump. Not able to land it, but able to keep it in the track, picking up 4 more points. Greco getting knocked to the outside behind Betty Rumble. Looks like a penalty being issued there to one of Bay Area's blockers. That Greco able to take full advantage of that track, shifting over to the outside at corner 3 and 4. Pterodactyl grabbing that star pass there for Coyote Country from Whiskey Smash. Greco through with 16 on the board there. 141, 142, 3:50 left on the clock. Are you kidding me? I feel like if this was a Disney movie, this would be the point where the evil coach goes over and smacks the knee of the best player on the other team of the better team. Just saying, you know what I mean? Yeah, let's not do a Tanya Harding here today. We are in an official timeout here. 141, 146. Coyote Country, just barely there. Holding on. Lex Kilderick on the line for Bay Area. She'll be Sassy on the line for Coyote Country. Sassy getting recycled back. Looks like a forearm call being there. Spiller picking up a penalty on that forearm on that last block. Sassy, though, trying to recycle back behind, getting reset one more time. Lex able to take full advantage of that, though, grabbing that lead jam position for Bay Area. Big push into the middle of that pack. She'll be Sassy getting ran in. Looks like Lex getting knocked down that inside line. Not having to recycle, though. Four points in that last jam for each jammer. 145 Bay Area, 150 Coyote Country. Goliath on the line for Bay Area. Phytochondria on the line for Coyote Country. Right onto that front. Phytochondria grabbing that initial pass, able to put 4 more points on that board after that hard push. Goliath coming out of that pack, winded with the star in their hand. Defense from both teams here is unrelenting. Both jammers looking for some room to get out. Hard pushes to that outside line. Bad blocker grabbing that star pass for Bay Area. Pushing some fresh energy right into that spot. Phytochondria coming to the end, and there we have it. What a play there at the end. It looks like we might be seeing an official review being called from Bay Area, and we are. We'll have more with you in just a moment, but our scoreboard currently 169 Coyote Country, Bay Area Derby 153, and we are in an official review. All right, so the official review from Bay Area there. Not retained there, looking for a track cut call. But there's 1 second on the clock now, and we're gonna see our last jam here. Greco on the line for Bay Area. Solar Roller on the line for Coyote Country. 153, 171. Bay Area looking for as much as they can get here without giving anything away. Solar Roller getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position for Coyote Country and calling it off. With that period clock at 0, no point, and giving away a lead. Coyote Country taking that lead and shutting the door. 171 Coyote Country, 153 Bay Area. Thank you so much to Bay Area Derby and Coyote Country. Make some noise for Coyote Country Roller Derby in their first victory of the Cascadian Clash 2026. And in just a few moments, we will announce that bout's MVPs. Make some noise for Coyote Country and make some noise for Bay Area Derby. Our MVPs from Coyote Country, Most Valuable Jammer, Solar Roller from Coyote Country. Most Valuable Blocker, Sharkbait. And overall MVP, Pterodactyl. Head over to the announcer's table to pick up your MVP awards. And our MVPs from Bay Area Derby, MVP Jammer, Greco. MVP Blocker, Big Perm. And MVP overall, Bad Blocker. Head on over again to the announcer's table to pick up your MVP trophies. For Coyote Country, we have Solar Roller, Jammer, Sharkbait, Blocker, and Pterodactyl MVP overall. That concludes our first bout of the Cascadian Clash. Our next game at noon and just about half an hour, Rat City Roller Derby versus Rage City Roller Derby. 2:45 till we start this next round of roller derbies here at the 2026 Cascadian Clash. Rat City Roller Derby facing off against Rage City Roller Derby. Skating today at this bout for Rat City Roller Derby in the 26th Cascadian Clash. Skating for Rat City today, we got Gory LaForge, Y-Fly, Nova, Mexican Revolution, Ponyboy Hurtis, Silent But Deadly, Terrobite, Stabby Cat, and Smashaway Joe, Sheer Force, Waterhammer, Malice, Parabot, Rockzilla, Pony Knees, Ebony Tower, and Whoa Nelly. Skating for Rage City, we got Athena Latina, Sugar Honey Iced Tea, Solid as Jamrock, Cat Nato, Hot Donna, Fort Knox Fox, Jamit Janet, Absolute Chaos, Vix, Magu, Nova, and Squasha. Starting this jam off, we got Parabot on the line for Rat City Roller Derby. Cat Nato on the line for Rage City. Parabot in that lead jam position. Cat Nato making that initial pass. Picking up 4 points there. Parabot for Rat City. Nova on the line for Rat City. Jamit Janet on the line for Rage City. Nova in that lead jam position. Slipping around the outside and calling that jam off. Putting 2 more points up on the board for Rat City. Silent but deadly for Rat City. Vix for Rage City. Coming out shoulder to shoulder nearly there. Silent but deadly out in the front. Vix not far behind. Silent coming up to the back of that pack, calling off that jam, not picking up any points there, trying to dive in. (6-0) is our current score. Rat City with just a little bit of a bump up. Absolute chaos in the back for Rage City. But Stabby Cat on front, grabbing that lead jam position after a hard push up at the top of that pack. Stabby Cat looking for some room in the middle of that pack there. Finding a solid rolling wall there from Rage City. Chaos looks like they're getting stuck in the middle of that pack, trying to find an inside line, getting pushed around just a bit by that Rat City wall. Star pass there from Absolute Chaos to Athena Latina for Rage City. Stabby Cat calling off the jam. Catnado on the line for Rage City. Sheer Force on the line for Rat City. Catnado out in front, grabbing that lead jam position. Catnado picking up 4 there. Star pass there to Rockzilla on Rat City. Catnado through for 4 more 8 so far in this jam. Rockzilla looking for some room. Trying to work their way up and around the top. Managing to do so there. Having to stretch that pack out just a little bit on the outside line. Catnado calling it off. Getting knocked to the outside with a clear advantage there. 12 points on the board. Rage City coming back with determination in 1 jam, grabbing that lead back up. 12-10, Rage City. Parabot on the line for Rat City. Jam It Janet for Rage City, getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position. Just a little bit of distance between them. Calling that jam off, picking up 1 point there. Parabot not able to get anything on the board there in that last jam. Nova on the line for Rat City. Fix on the line for Rage City. Nova on that inside wall looking for some space. Vix finding it though, managing to get that lead jam position for Rage City. Looks like one of Rage's blockers headed to the penalty box there. Nova finding a solid 2-block wall there at the top. Rage City not wanting to let go, and Nova managing to do so, though. Nova finding some space. That jam coming to an end. 2 points, 3 points on the board for Rage City. Silent but deadly there for Rat City. Absolute chaos for Rage City. Silent but deadly getting up to the top, pushing up as far as they can, calling off that jam, picking up 2 points for Rat City. Catnado for Rage City getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position. Sabby Cat for Rat City trying to get through there, picking up 1 point. 3 points on the board there for Rage City. Sheer force for Rat City. Jam it, Janet for Rage City. Janet getting up into the front, grabbing that lead jam position nice and early. Sheer force pushed right up into the middle of that pack off that line on the whistle, but having trouble getting around that wall there from Rage City. Rage City's wall there is wide. They managed to take up an insane amount of that track there with just 3 skaters. Looks like Sheer Force, though, in the back. Jam it, Janet headed to the penalty box there. That's going to be a power jam situation for Sheer Force. Jam it, Janet in the back of that pack, just getting ping-ponged around that wall from Rat City, is determined to keep them there. Jam it, Janet out of that penalty box, coming in hot once again. Parabot on the line for Rat City. Vic's on the line for Rage City. Vic's up into the front, grabbing that lead jam position, but we got jammer on jammer action. Vic's getting Parabot out on that outside corner of 4. Vic's rolling up to the inside and calling off that jam, picking up 3 points, it looks like. Looks like we're seeing a timeout being called for Rat City. And we are hanging out in a timeout for Rat City. Absolute chaos on the line for Rage City. Nova on the line for Rat City. Nova out in front, grabbing that lead jam position. Absolute chaos, stuck in the back of that wall there. That is a strong, solid, rotating wall, turning into a roadblock for absolute chaos. Nova up in the front, wasn't having much better luck, but stretching that pack out far enough to get a no-pack situation, letting them through for 4. Absolute chaos, start in the hand, getting around the pack there. Definitely an assist as their pack rejoined the main group. Nova on that inside line with a nice pirouette, grabbing another 4 points to take home and put in the bank. Silent but deadly. Out in front in that lead jam position with some commanding power coming through corner 3 and 4 there. Catnado trying to keep up that pack, moving with some serious speed. Right up through the top, looks like picking up 2 points before calling it off. Silent but deadly with a quick, nice strike. Parabot on the line for Rat City. Janet on the line for Rage City. Janet grabbing that lead jam position. Jammit getting caught in the back of that pack there. Rat City almost a full 3/4 around the pack there. We see skaters in the middle making that distance. Parabot through that pack. Janet calling it off, picking up 4 points, it looks like, in the process. Stabby Cat on the line for Rat City. Vic's on the line for Rage City. Vic's getting out in front of that pack. Stabby Cat just waiting for the right time to do it and calling off that jam. Nova out in front off that jam whistle, catching that lead jam position. Cat NATO. Calling that jam off super quick. Rat City picking up a quick 2 points and a quick retreat. 33-29, 11:45 left in this first half. And what a tight game we have so far. Sheer Force grabbing that lead jam position for Rat City. Janet getting out in front with a big push out there after that initial pass. But Rat City calling that jam down. 33-29. Silent but deadly on the line for Rat City. Vic's on the line for Rage City. Vic's on that outside wall, getting knocked up just a little bit by Taro Bite. One more time, Vic's getting knocked out there. Silent but deadly up at the top, looking for some room as well. Not able to get through that big solid wall. Vic's finding some room on that outside line, managing to pick up that lead jam position. Silent but deadly coming out not far behind. Both packs giving away at about the same time. Vic's gonna stroll in here, probably gonna see a quick strike and retreat. There we do. Looks like picking up maybe 1 point, or no points. Yeah, 1 point there for Vic's, and we got a timeout being called. Rage City. Our lead jammers on both. Absolute chaos for Rage City, Parabot for Rat City. Parabot picking up that lead jam position. Parabot up in the front of that pack, trying to find some room to get around the top of that wall, looking for a slingshot from their teammate. Looks like I hear an obstruction penalty being called there. Parabot still out there in that lead jam position, looking for some more room. Call this jam off, stop that action happening there from Rage City. Rat City able to pull away just a little bit in that last one with 8 points on the scoreboard. 41 Rat City, 30 Rage City. Nova still in the penalty box in that pivot position from that last jam. Right out of the front, Nova grabbing that lead jam position for Rat City Roller Derby. Janet and the line for Rage City. Stabby Cat on the line for Rat City. 6:45 left on the period clock. Vic's on the line for Rage City. Here in this first period, Vic's grabbing that lead jam position. Vic's out in front with 4 points on the board, calling that jam off, not giving away any points there to Rat City, hoping to strike back at that lead just a bit. Catnado on the line for Rage City. Silent but deadly on the line for Rat City. Silent looking for some lineup. Big hit on that inside line, even taking out an official. Catnado skating with some serious momentum there. Able to get out in front and grab that lead jam position. Silent but deadly finally breaking out of that initial pack. And there we go, Catnado calling off the jam. A quick strike and retreat we see there from Rage City once again, 38-42. Trying to reel in that lead as far as they can. 4 points on the board there for Catnado. Nova getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position for Rat City. Yes, we do have two Novas. Nova skating on each team here this afternoon. And that is a jammer in the penalty box. Absolute chaos in the penalty box, making this a power jam situation there for Nova. Ebony Tower also in the penalty box there for Rat City. Nice strong play, 8 points there on the board. Nice quick call off. Rat City able to get a quick lead up once again. Nova with 8 points. Calling off that jam though, absolute chaos. We'll start this next one in the penalty box, making this a power jam start for Parabot. Parabot trying to find some room up at the top, finding a nice solid wall there from Rage City. Absolute chaos out of the penalty box there. Looked like trying to find an ingress on that inside line. Parabot grabbing some room, making that lead jam position happen. Absolute chaos coming out of that pack, not far behind. Parabot calling it off. 2 points on the board there for Rat City. No points going over to Rage City. Sheer force on the line for Rat City. Janet on the line for Rage City. Janet looking for any kind of play on that outside to inside line. Sheer force just trying to push right through the middle of that pack. Living true to their name. Janet getting knocked around, back and forth by Rat City's wall there, but that looks like a big no-pack situation developed. Sheer force coming through the top, grabbing that lead jam position. Janet not far behind. Sheer force up to the top, looks like potentially picking up all four, calling it off, not giving any away. Rat City with a nice strike in retreat there. Minute 5 left on this first period clock. 56 Rat City, 38 Rage City. Vic's grabbing that lead jam position. And a quick call off there on that inside line. Pack barely moving anywhere there. 3 points on the board for Rage City. Cadnado in the back of that pack with a couple of big hard hits and pushes there. Trying to find any way they can to get up on that outside or inside wall and push apart that Rat City wall. Silent but deadly, managing to come around though and pick up that open lead jam position, and all that chaos Cadnado is causing in the back end of that pack. Silent having to recycle way out behind Magoo. Silent around the outside. Looks like some penalties being called there. Rat City sending one of their blockers into the pack, or into the penalty box. Silent still in that lead hand position there, and we see him calling it off as Catanado started to approach, and that is the end of our first half. Rat City 60, Rage City 41. Make some noise for these skaters so far. That was one heck of a first half. Quick check in with our stats here. We see quick check in with our scoring list here just real quick. Nova from Rat City with 21 points, and Vix from Rage City with 14, our top scoring jammers so far.
You are watching the 2025 Cascadian Clash, a WFTDA tournament hosted by Gorge Roller Derby.
Starting off this second half. Silent but deadly on the line for Rat City. Rat City in the lead at 60 right now. Catanado on the line for Rage City. Rage City sitting at 41. Catanado in that lead jam position for Rage City. Rage City calling that jam off after picking up a quick 4 points there. Catanado picking up 6, actually. No, it's updating by that. They're running scoreboard. for Rat City. Vic's on the line for Rage City.
All the jammers out. That's a power play now for Rage City. This is exactly what Rage City needs. It's been a battle for the first half so far. Every point matters.
Again, right in that penalty box there in a power jam situation for Vix.
And Vic's able to capitalize on it. Coming around for scoring session number 2, trying to get through the pack. And through. And just like that, Rage is back in it.
I've had the honor of being joined by Amsterdam Slam here on the microphone. Hailing from South Sound Roller Derby. Out there on the line, Stabby Cat grabbing that lead jam position for Rat City.
Oh, power play for Rat City. The battle goes back and forth now that Absolute Chaos is back in the penalty box. Rage City able to fend off so far.
Stabby Cat up on that inside line, managing to make a nice run for it, picking up 4 points in that inside line pass. We can see Rat City trying to bridge that gap as much as they can.
This bout has been super defense heavy. Looks like Absolute Chaos coming back online.
Stabby Cat ping-ponging around a bit on that front wall there. Rage City has a nice rotating 3-wall there at the top of that pack that has taken a permanent installation here on the track. Nelly getting in there to cut it up. Not able to do that though. That pack just bridged out just a little too much. Absolute Chaos able to get through on that pack with that star in the hand. Malice hanging out in the penalty box for Rat City. 8 points on the board for Rat City though in that last jam. Just 4.5 minutes into this first half, and we are already seeing a huge change in the way these jammers are attacking these packs.
Well, I live west of Olympia, Washington, and the Derby around there. Yeah, exactly.
James goes everywhere. He does out pelleting. So if you got a small hole in the wall, he's been there.
Well, Elma is a small hole in the wall, but it's our fault.
I call it taser rally because one time I saw a really old guy get tasered by the cops.
Looks like we got a timeout being called and maybe a potential quick medic check there. Mexican Revolution going down a bit hard there on that inside line. An official timeout.
Because he stiffened up and fell on the ground.
Matla still in the penalty box there for Rat City.
Oh, okay. I was going to say that's super helpful, like the high-scoring jammer and stuff.
If I got more, I'd type it into that box. It doesn't work.
Catnado picking up that lead jam position for Rage City. Parabot finding a solid wall of white there in between corner 1 and 2, but finding a push out to that outside. Catnado going right through the middle.
And Waterhammer going to be taking a break, giving a little bit of ease for Rage City as they're coming around, trying to take advantage of the lead jammer position.
Catnado calling it off, picking up that quick strike in retreat with 4 on the board. 62-68. This bout has been close the entire game.
Silent but Deadly for Rat City and Vix for Rage on this jam. Rat City with the lead jammer position.
Vix looking for some space, managing to find it and get out on that initial. Silent calling it off in the back end of that pack, not able to push to the inside, not wanting to give away any points there to Rage City. Catnado grabbing that lead jam position out in front, and Nova not far behind on that initial. Cat coming in with a quick turnaround to see where they were and call off that jam. Catnado picking up 3 points, it looks like there.
Each team in this bout is not letting the other team kind of get other points when they got the lead jammer position. Taking advantage of that, trying to keep them scoreless each jam.
Vix looking for a run on that inside line, not able to pull it off though. That door got shut way too fast. Stabby Cat picking up some distance on the outside of corner 1. Grabbing that lead jam position. Vix getting recycled in the back of that pack real quick.
And here comes Stabby Cat trying to score. Vix finally able to go through and make a scoring pass. Stabby Cat still stuck all the way through.
Stabby Cat calling off that jam, putting 4 points on the board for Rat City.
75-66. Still anybody's bout with 21 minutes left to play. Silent but Deadly matched up with Catnado for jammers. It's a jammers battle. Let's see what they do here. You got Catnado bumping, running. They gonna be able to score? Swift move, hopping over the curb.
Fast moving action there. We're seeing some penalties being issued at the end of that jam. Looks like maybe just one being issued. Wi-Fi hanging out in the penalty box there for Rat City. Parabot on the line for Rat City in that lead jam position with a nice big push out in front. Vix coming out not far behind on that initial pass for Rage City.
Calls off the jam before Rage City could go in there and score. Picked up a few.
Wi-Fi still hanging out in the penalty box there too, as well for Rat City. And Smash Away picking up a direction of gameplay. Wi-Fi picking up a forearm.
Dude, game changing. This is fucking game changing.
Where's he getting that information?
Because their score, everything's digital.
Okay.
So I'm just pulling it off the scoreboard. Or through the scoreboard system.
Well, that's totally helpful.
Nova on the line for Rat City in that lead jam position. Absolute chaos with that star in the hand, making that break out of the pack there for Rage City. Rat City calling off that jam. An incredibly tight bout we've had here. 70 Rage City, 82 Rat City. Just an incredibly close bout the entire time.
I like to see good defense too. I don't get to see that a lot.
Nobody can take time off. It's like when nobody can take time off, this is what you get.
Catnado on the line for Rage City. Stabby Cat on the line for Rat City.
Stabby Cat's got that lead jammer position coming around to score. Looks like a star pass was given to Nova, who's coming around trying to scrape up some points. They called off the jam too fast.
Neither jammer looks like picking up any jams.
I like that because they put pressure on them to call it off too. Not just
Stabby Cat is the last one. Show me Rockzilla. Rockzilla must be Stabby Cat.
silent but deadly for Rat City. Jam it, Janet for Rage. Power play. Disregard. Oh, no, power play for Rat City.
Janet picking up a back block there in that jamming position for Rage City. Silent but deadly slipping through, picking up that lead jam position right there.
This is so crucial in this bout because it's been so close. If they're able to take advantage of this, they might be able to walk away with the bout.
Silent looking for some room, knocked down on that inside line and calling off the jam after picking up 2 points. 16 minutes left in this second half. 87-70, Rat City in the lead.
Sheer force for Rat City and Vix for Rage City. Vix bounces outside the line, is able to get that lead jammer position. Twinkle toesing it all through. Ready to score now as she comes up.
Vix with a quick call off there, picking up 2 points for Rage City.
Points are hard fought in this bout, that's for sure. '87 Rat City, 72 Rage City. Parabot and Absolute Chaos match up again. And both teams making the jammer work, not trying to get him through there. This has been the story of the whole bout. Just defense, 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 creating a wall for those jammers to try to get through. And Parabot outlasts it. Lead jammer coming around to score. The refs do not like Absolute Chaos. They're going to go take a break again, creating a power play position for Rat City. 91-72 right now. Parabot through again. Chalk up another 4.
Chaos still trying to find some ping pong around there. In that penalty box, picking up a misconduct earlier.
Parabot through again, calls off the jam. Think they picked up about 12 with that power play, 99-72.
Looks like Terabyte headed to the penalty box for an illegal procedure. I'm going to assume that they were trying to make biscuits in the middle of the track, because if you were a cat, you'd be making biscuits. You want chicken? Somebody get this skater a chicken.
The battle of the cats. We got a stabby cat and a catnado.
A catnado? What do you think? Like, so you can't stab a catnado though. It's just made of like energy that it's unstabbable. So like, what happens there, stabby cat? Could you claw a tornado? Are you that magical? Like, could you just hang to the outside of a tornado with all your claws out?
That's danger. Danger is a catnado for sure. Those claws out, wind spinning 80 miles an hour.
Catnado doing a twisty twist around the outside and headed to that lead jam position. Dorothy, take me home.
I now know why they call their catnado. There was a bunch of spinny moves to get them the lead jammer position. Calls off the jam after picking it up. Rage City trying to claw their way back.
Oh, that was low. Hey, you know, it's been a while. If you're in the building, make some noise for our officials and our NSOs and our volunteers. Literally could not do it without them.
Nova for Rat City lines up with Janet, who just so happens has the lead jammer position for Rage City. Everybody's back in the game. No penalty box is open. Here we go.
Jamie picking up 4 on that last one. Inside line hit there. Janet's gonna get reset back behind Mexican Revolution. Nova into the middle of that pack with the star in their hand. That star in the hand creating just a little bit of confusion and misdirection. They're up to the top. Nova slipping through on that initial.
All right, Rat City loses a player but gains a jammer, and they call it off.
8 points on the board for Rage City in that last jam. 99 Rat City, 84 Rage City. Just a little under 11 minutes left in this second half.
Silent but Deadly versus Vix in this jammer battle. Silent but Deadly, just a huge wall from Rage City.
Vix around on that outside line, picking up that lead jam position just outside of corner one. Vix doing a little bit of back and forth through the middle of that pack, calling off the jam, picking up a nice quick 4 points and running away. Right now, Rage City is definitely just looking at bringing that lead back into their grasp and putting them on top before that 10 minutes runs out.
And just when you think Rat City is going to walk away with it, here comes Rage City all the way back, getting it close with plenty of time left. Outstanding derby action today. And Catnado again through the pack for Rage City and in the lead jammer position. Here comes Parabot, though.
Catnado into the back of that pack, calling off that jam as they're skating from left to right on that outside to inside line, trying to pick up just a couple more hips.
Stabby Cat for Rat City and Absolute Chaos for Rage City, and gets that lead jammer status. Rage City on a roll with the lead jammer status. Oh, and Stabby Cat is going to take a seat. That's a power play. Exactly what Rage City needs to get back in contention with points. Absolute Chaos has seen enough after that hit. He's going to call off the jam. They're still going to start off the next jam without jammer for Rage City. Rage City coordinating a play. Here they go. Unable to get Catnado all the way out, and that means they have the lead jammer status.
Stabby Cat still hanging out in the penalty box there, and that pack starting to pick up some speed. Catnado getting fumbled out to that inside line, trying to call off the jam at the same time, managing to pick up 3 points while they do it.
And look at that score, everybody, 99-97. So close in the final minutes of this bout.
I've been watching the whole game, and I can't tell you who's going to win.
Silent but Deadly matched up against Janet for Rage City. And it looks like Silent but Deadly was able to get through the pack, get that lead jammer status, try to add on to their lead. But here comes Janet.
Silent going down on that outside line in corner one and calling off the jam. Strong play there from Rat City, putting 2 more points up on the board. 6:20 left on the clock.
Whenever I look at the clock and I'm going to announce the time, I look at it and I say 2 seconds left. By the time I say it, it's perfect. You guys play inside or outside?
Inside. It's actually, they bring like their own track, like they piece it together, that kind of shit.
We used to almost buy one of those. We almost bought one. Glad we didn't have it.
It's at the fair, it's like a fairground farmhouse.
Rat City on the line.
That's where it's been like the last 3
with Nova. Vic's out there for Rage City, grabbing that lead jam position.
Yeah, we got lucky. Like, we bounced around a little bit, but then this venue started like 13 years ago. We've been here ever since.
Oh, this is great. You could have like our projector didn't work because they have to just we all come in one day and do it, you know.
Vic's grabbing 4 points in that last jam for Rage City.
Now a 1-point bout.
102-101. Make some noise for these skaters. Seriously.
This is so stressful. Another awesome jammer matchup. Parabot versus Cadnado.
Cadnado looking for some room on that outside wall there, managing to do a nice cut onto the inside of Apex of 1. Parabot not far behind, coming out on that pack, and that pack is moving fast.
And here comes Rage City. Cadnado with a heads up call off. Wants the lead.
Rage City put 2 points on the board, 103-102, 4:10 on the clock. We are gonna see a serious amount of giving here in the next 4 minutes, I think. That penalty box might end up real full. Silent but deadly onto that inside line, grabbing that lead jam position for Rat City. Not far behind, Jam and Janet. Trying to find some room with a nice no pack issued free pass. Silent but deadly around the outside, calling it off after a quick 4 points on the board, extending that lead just a little bit more.
Silent but deadly cut through that pack with, it just seemed like zero issue that time, which was amazing because the defense has just been all over these jammers.
We are in an official review. We will know more shortly. Rage was looking for a cut call on the Rat City Jammer. The no call stands. They will not retain their official review. And we are back from that official review here. Stabby Cat on the line for Rat City. Vic's on the line for Rage City.
You hear that? Like when I get louder, it doesn't like it for me. Yeah. That's just like one thing. Like when you're doing it, you'd be like, you tune that, and you'd be like, oh my god, that makes such a difference. Yeah. And also, you cut the lows in your speakers, you're gonna be able to drive more too. Lows take way more power.
Stabby Cat in that lead jam position for Rat City. Vic's getting out in front though on that initial pass. Stabby Cat in the back, looking for some more points to put on the board for calling off that jam. And we see over there Malice in the penalty box.
Rage City doing a good job trying to hold it off. That could have been so much worse as we get to just about 2 minutes left to play and only a 6-point lead for Rat City. But I usually just have it Bluetooth to my speakers from somebody's iPad. They created a playlist, so I.
Silent but Deadly out in front with that lead jam position for Rat City. Cat Nato finding some room on that initial pass coming out of the pack, not too far behind. Silent up to the front, looking for some more room. Cat Nato on that inside line hop, picking up a nice clean 4 points. Silent with 4 points on the board. 1:20 left on the period clock here. Jam clock and period clock were lined up there for a second perfectly.
I do the music kind of the way I saw it when I first started your derby. Maybe I interpreted it a different way, but they just had it like with a playlist, and every time there's a new jam, I try to play a different track.
I used to do that, but for like a double header, I'll do it. But on a game like today, or like on tournaments, people would keep throws.
Yeah. Like we did a 90s bout or something like that, so I put a 90s song.
Yeah, and you can like
I would add fun ones and stuff.
And some bouts are so short that it's like anything like less than 30 seconds, I'm not even. Generally less than a minute.
Parabot grabbing that lead jam position for Rat City. Vic's not far behind for Rage City, both on that initial pass there. We're seeing Malice headed to the penalty box again for Rat City. Parabot up at the top of that pack, trying to find some room. Getting recycled, it looks like there. Rage City's pack proving nasty on that inside line. Vic's through for 4 for Rage City.
Here it comes, the clock's ticking down. Rat City in control. Can they pick it up more? Oh, it's so close, so close.
Oh, that looked like Parabot called off the jam basically right when the period clock hit 0. 3 points on the board for Rat City, 4 points on the board for Rage City. 117 Rat City, 111 Rage City. We're gonna make sure nothing funky is gonna happen. We will see in just a moment.
This was such an intense battle, this whole bout, all the way through. Didn't know who was gonna win. Amazing.
And there we have it, our official final score. Rat City 117, Rage City 111. Make some noise for both of these teams here.
Rage City coming all the way from Alaska. Thank you so much. This was amazing.
Yeah, I got to do MVPs. And in just a few moments, we'll have our MVPs. All right, our MVP announcements, our Rat City nominations: MVP blocker, Terrobite; MVP jammer, Parabot; and MVP overall, Silent But Deadly. And on Rage City's MVP blocker, Hot Donna; MVP jammer, Catnado; and MVP overall, Nova. Come over to the announcers table to get your MVP awards. There's a camera. Find a camera, take a picture. Thank you to all our photographers and our volunteers who are also here today. Thank you for making this part of your schedule. We heavily appreciate it. Starting this jam off, Gorge Roller Derby's first jam of the day, Bay Area Derby's second jam. We got Fish Slap on the line for Gorge, Greco on the line for Bay Area. Greco getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position. Greco through, picking up 4 points for Bay Area.
And back through for another scoring pass. Hopefully my bias doesn't show because I'm from the Bay Area representing. Now live in Washington, but I'll try to be as impartial as I can.
I think that's the thing that happens to people from the Bay Area. They're like, I'm always going to be partially from the Bay Area. It changes you for the better. Bay Area picking up 7 there in that last jam.
All right, Express Lane Jane and Rolling Raptor are jammers for this next jam.
We're hanging out an official timeout, it looks like, real quick. We got Big Perm in the penalty box, looks like for a forearm call. Look at those forearms, they're magnificent. That's why they got called. They're like, look at those bad boys. You can't be skating around here with those forearms out. Go to the penalty box. It's way too nice of a forearm. Gonna cover that thing up. Hope you're not also planning on showing your ankles.
I'm always learning about new penalties in roller derby. I'm always behind.
Still hanging out in an official timeout. Who knows what they're doing, but I can tell you right now, without them, we wouldn't be playing roller derby. We'd be playing skate in a circle. Express Lane Jane on the line for Bay Area. Rolling Raptor on the line for Gorge. Raptor on the line, grabbing that lead jam position for Gorge All-Stars. Bay Area Derby picking up that initial pass. Express Lane Jane putting some distance on there.
And just in the nick of time, Gorge Roller Derby calls it off. There's a balance as a jammer, trying to fight through there and also knowing where the other jammer is so they don't score some points and sneak up on you.
Anife on the line for Gorge. Lex on the line for Bay Area.
Let's kill the rich, right?
Yes, that must be. Let's kill the rich. That's what it's supposed to be.
I was looking at it like, but I guess you might.
And that was a scoring pass for Lex. Coming around again.
Auntie Faye through on that initial. Murph and Machete both in the penalty box for Gorge Roller Derby. Murph in there for a forearm. Machete in there for a direction of gameplay.
That's super. That's great because that's one thing that I can't ever announce is the penalties. Because the only one I know for sure, like hand signal wise, is cutting the track.
Track cut, forearm is usually like something like, there's a few different ones.
Yeah.
Multiplayer
Greco grabbing that lead jam position for Bay Area. Ricochet on the line for the All-Stars. Gorge All-Stars grabbing that initial pass. Greco pushing through, picking up 4 and calling it off.
The Yay area out with an impressive lead so far, claiming that lead jammer status, able to control the bout. All right, 4. We got the Bay Area in front with Detroit Demon. Jammer for the Gorge's fish slap coming around. That's a scoring pass for the Demon. Oh, yeah. And the Demon lets it fly. That means fish slap was able to score some points. Comes around again. That's enough of that. 27 for the Bay Area, 9 for the Gorge. A-Rex for the Bay Area and Rolling Raptor for Gorge are your jammers. And there goes Rolling Raptor to the penalty box. The Gorge getting it. So many penalties so early on. Really, Bay Area taking advantage of it. Lead jammer status for the Bay Area. A-Rex hit out of bounds, has to restart after it went all the way through the pack.
Another trick too. You hear them call their short name from the bench. That's the except like that's the name they're gonna be calling. Yeah. Well, that's the short name you can use. Not having to go ask them. Yeah. You can hear what they're saying a lot of times when you don't know what their shorthand name will be. Yeah. Like you can just call her Rex. Oh, okay. That's a trick because you're supposed to use the full derby name unless they give you. But when you hear them saying it from the bench, like well, clearly that's an acceptable name that you be called.
Honestly, the hardest part I have is like at my league, the pronoun. I just start going by name. I just go by name. Yeah.
Name or name, totally.
Yeah.
That's actually the professional thing.
Yeah. It's just I have to turn a switch, you know what I mean? Like I've gotten better at it, but
Express Lane Jane for Bay Area picking up that lead jam position. Rolling Raptor for Gorge. Hanging out in the penalty box there still. Power jam start for Express Lane Jane.
oh, and they stay in bounds. Another scoring pass for the Bay Area. Capitalizing on this power play position. Gorge trying to get something going. And another pass.
12 points on the board for Bay Area.
(46-9). Bay Area has the lead. Yeah, 21 minutes remaining in this bout. Still in the first period.
Looks like timeout being called, Gorge Roller Derby. Back from that timeout from Gorge Roller Derby. Auntie Faye on the line for Gorge. Greco on the line for Bay Area. Greco out in front grabbing that lead jam position.
Bay Area lose their pivot. Oh, and a blocker. This is good news for the Gorge team.
Auntie Faye slipping through for 4. Greco still up in that lead jam position, picking up 4 more. 8 on the board for Bay Area, 4 on the board for Gorge.
Bay Area just letting this jam ride out, even though they're down some players. Auntie Faye coming through again. And called off.
Greco calling that jam off after putting 12 points on the board. Auntie Faye getting 10. Ricochet on the line for Gorge. Lex Kilderich on the line for Bay Area. Official timeout, real quick, as a safety pad is secured.
Like actively updating these too. Like it's like using it's doing the math live. So like as like people change, like these things are changing. Like right now, Killer B, my MVP. I had to so beautiful.
So on the MVPs,
It's using stats because they're doing digital stat keeping.
the other team doesn't pick the MVP.
All right, we just decided that we're gonna have to tear the wall down and rebuild it from scratch. We're gonna locally source all of the needed things as well. Make some noise for PG, putting that bad boy together. Well, I think Tara was over there too. Thank you, Tara. Coming off this jam, Ricochet on that jamming line for Gorge. Lex on that line for Bay Area. Lex killed the rich, looking for that opening, managing to find it, grab that lead jam position. Ricochet popping out of that pack, managing to get through on that initial pass. Lex calling off that jam after picking up 3 points, it looks like. No points over there to Ricochet for Gorge. 19 Gorge, 61 Bay Area. 19 minutes on the clock, first half.
Got Fish Slap for Gorge and Detroit Demon for the Bay Area team. Bringing the Fish Slap all the way back to the end of the pack. Heads up play for the Bay Area team, creating that wall. Fighting, able to stay in bounds and get the lead jammer status. This is what the Gorge needs. This Bay Area is still struggling to get Demon out of the pack.
I think this is Gorge's third lead jam control so far in jam 10.
That's how you do it. You do a little star pass.
Bad blocker picking up that star pass for Bay Area Derby.
Fish Slap through, scores. 4 points on the board. Going for another scoring pass.
Bad block around on the outside, finding 4 of their own.
Fish Slap heading the game, calls off the jam, making sure Bay Area can't add to their lead.
Raptor on the line for Gorge. Rex on the line for Bay Area. Raptor getting out front, finding that lead jam position. Looks like Gorge might have just taken a moment to adjust here to what was being thrown at them. We're seeing looks like a little bit of change momentum. Raptor trying to catch a train ride through on the back of Machete and just got that door shut on them hard. Raptor, though, still in that lead jam position. We see a star pass over to Big Perm for Bay Area, and Raptor calling off the jam, picking up 4 points.
Did you see that hit? You guys didn't see it, I don't think. Raptor was coming through the pack and holding on to one of the blockers, and the blocker like sidestepped, and a block and just she went like a barn door stop, like bam, bounce stop.
Auntie Faye looking for some room there for Gorge. Express Lane Jane trying to push up right on that outside wall. Going hard into the paint right there.
Oh, and that's a momentum killer for the Gorge. They just lost their jammer. Power play for the Bay Area. Gorge's pivot able to hit Express Lane Jane out. Has to start over trying to score through the pack again. And through. Chalk up 4 for Bay Area.
Spruce Lane Jane with some power under their feet still, but there, Ani Faye back onto the track with that star in the hand. Bay Area trying to get as ready as they can. Ani Faye looking for an outside line hop, not able to get it around.
Bay Area now with 71, Gorge with 33, with just under 15 minutes remaining in this period.
It's definitely a pivot there from Gorge.
Oh, that was a fantastic play set up by Bay Area where they trapped the other jammer but let their jammer in and through.
Greco in that lead jam position now for Bay Area Derby. Ricochet not far behind on that initial. We're seeing Greco up to the inside, calling off the jam before Ricochet can hit the back of that pack. It looks like we might have an official timeout being called for a track repair. We'll find out. An official timeout here for track repair. Please make some noise for our volunteers, our officials, everybody who makes this event possible. Most importantly, make some noise for yourselves. We have over 120 skaters in the building today. That is an amazing feat of roller derby. I appreciate your golf claps.
I got a job. Fish slap up again for the Gorge against Greco. Fish slap again, lead jammer coming around for the Gorge. Getting through the pack is a little easier when the pack is only half there.
Oh, just under our noses, I think it happened. End of the last jam, or the beginning of this jam, but more likely the end of the last jam there. Greco sitting in the penalty box there was started as a power jam situation for Fish Slap. Fish Slap still hanging out in the penalty box, or in that lead jam position after Greco getting out of that penalty box. Fish Slap headed to the penalty box there. Looks like a track cut.
Jammer trying to create a no-pack situation, pushing the blockers all the way out there, getting through. Now we got some action in the pack as we got another scoring round for Greco. Gorge really making Greco work through that pack, but scores another 4 points for the Bay Area Derby team.
Fish Slap out of that penalty box, seeing this jam go the full 2 minutes after losing its lead jammer. Greco definitely skating a little bit slower here after that Hard push through that pack. A well-earned 12 points for Bay Area Derby. 7 points on the board for Gorge Roller Derby. Lex Kilderich on the line for Bay Area. Rolling Raptor on the line for Gorge. Lex headed to the penalty box for Bay Area Derby. This is going to make this a power jam situation for Raptor, already in that lead jam position here.
Bay Area team really making the power jam work for this one. Rolling Raptor able to get through, though, and the pivot from Gorge is back in play.
Raptor making those call-outs before coming up to the back of that pack, hoping to get some assistance, making their life a little bit easier to skate through. Lex out of the penalty box for Bay Area in that jamming position. Gonna put the pressure back on Raptor.
Bay Area with 85, Gorge with 47 with 10 minutes remaining in this period. Bay Area takes a timeout.
Auntie Faye finding a wide open door right off that whistle. That was a picture perfect lead jam opportunity there for Gorge Roller Derby. Detroit Demon not far off that line, pushing just as hard, but not able to get through that first wall of white there into corner one. Auntie Faye through again for 4 more on that inside line through corner 2. Star pass catch there. Bay Area Derby's bad blocker in that pivot position, grabbing that star pass. Now jamming as Auntie Faye calling that jam to an end.
And just like that, Gorge back in it. Doesn't seem so far off anymore. Can never rest in roller derby. You're one power play away from changing leads.
Ricochet blowing through that wall, picking up that lead jam position for Gorge.
And Bay Area hits Ricochet out of bounds, starting him over. Putting up a good wall defense, but so is the Gorge, because Bay Area's jammer hasn't gone through yet to even try to score.
Rex able to break through off the top of that wall from Machete from Gorge there, who's laying out as much defense as they possibly could. Ricochet calling it off, picking up 4 points there. Official review being called by Gorge. Like Spider in the penalty box there for a low block. Gorge was looking for a late hit call on that official review, but the no call will stand. They will lose their official review. The officials did not witness a late hit after the whistle. Fish slap in the jamming position there for Gorge. Express Lane Jane for Bay Area Derby grabbing that lead jam position for Bay.
Got a star pass for the Gorge, so they're back in action, but here comes the scoring pass for Express Lane Jane. And hops over to defender. Did they stay? Oh, did not stay in bounds, though. Has to start all the way back from the pack. Both jammers working, trying to get through the pack. One trying to score, the other trying to become scoring eligible. So much action going on, but here comes Express Lane Jane after scoring four for Bay Area.
Side of Gravy catching that star pass earlier for Gorge. We're seeing them get around on that initial, but looks like a track cut being issued there.
So Side of Gravy is going to take a seat for 20 seconds.
30.
Oh.
Side of Gravy catching that star pass earlier in that pivot position, hanging out in the penalty box there, making this a power jam situation for Greco.
Greco in familiar status as the lead jammer for Bay Area, coming around to score. Oh, a major hit on the pivot. Pivot's back up and ready in action. Trying to get that hit back, but Greco scores, coming around.
Side of Gravy out of that penalty box with that star in the hand, not really looking to be in that jamming position anymore. We see that star pass handed off to Rolling Raptor almost immediately.
And again, Greco hits the pivot, calls off the jam.
Just under 5 minutes in this first half. 105 Bay Area Derby, 63 Gorge Roller Derby. Gorge just looking for that edge that they can keep pressing on to bring those numbers back up. Bay Area trying to make sure that edge is never found.
Andy Fay on the outside, dancing around, able to get the lead jammer status for Gorge. Like a rocket, here comes Lex.
Auntie Faye in that lead jam position, running up and calling it off. Not wanting to give any away to Lex there, but it looks like picking up, it looks like maybe a forearm penalty.
Can't call off a jam if you're in the penalty box. Power play for the Bay Area as Lex comes around to score.
He did like a really clear, that was forearm.
I need to learn that.
So I'm watching him, but I see the refs, and it's on, the refs are in my peripherals more than anything. Right up in the front, we see Fleetwood Smack trying to hold Lex back as well as they can from Bay. Murph, Spade, face pounder. Looks like maybe a multiplayer blocker. Illegal blocking. We will find out in just a moment. Yeah, actually a forearm call.
Gorge got their jammer back in there. Lex, another scoring of 4. As Auntie Faye trying to score now.
This jam gonna run the full 2 with no lead jammer. Auntie Faye having to recycle way back into that pack. Lex finding 4 more on the board with 20 so far.
Bay Area really turning it on and taking advantage of this jam right now. Almost 20 seconds left of the jam.
Fleetwood Smack shutting that door right in front of Lex. Goldilocks face pounder trying to line up that 3 wall as well as they can with Murph in the penalty box for Gorge. Auntie Faye looking for some more room there in the back of that pack, finding an inside line to run through and managing to push up at the top, picking up 4 of their own. Lex with 24 on the board. Oh, it looks like that might go up.
Bay Area now with 129, Gorge with 71. Just about 2 minutes remaining in this period. Detroit Demon back on the line, going up against Ricochet for the Gorge. Ricochet squeaking through the pack, get that lead jammer status. Hot on the tail is Demon.
Ricochet calling out their plans there at the top of that pack, trying to get through on that inside line and call it off. Picking up 2 points, not giving any away there to Bay Area. She's right there. 00 is what you see on her. 08 is her number. She's right there. No, in the middle almost.
Oh, okay. I can't see the number.
No, you can't see her number.
A-Rex.
Fish slap just doing a little swipe right action there on the pack, almost successfully going around them. Fish slap grabbing that lead jam position. 369 fish slap. Oh, run away. Rex getting through that pack there. A no pack situation right there at the top of that. Rex getting through with that star in the hand. Fish slap slipping to the inside at corner 2 and calling it off. Looks like just picking up 1 point there.
Looks like we might be able to do one more jam as the clock ticks away to almost end the half. Oh, we get a treat, one more jam.
Period clock just coming to an end there right as there's just enough time to start. One more jam this half. Express Lane Jane grabbing that lead jam position. Rolling Raptor breaking through on that initial. Jane looking for some room in the middle, calling it off. And there we have our halftime. 133 Bay Area Derby, 74 Gorge Roller Derby.
Star pass initiated by the Bay Area team. Is that a fake star pass?
Just the hand, and star in the hand is not as a fake out.
Greco there actually not doing a star pass, just holding that star in the hand and create a little bit of confusion.
So if a jammer loses the lead jam, sometimes they take the star off their hand, and what it does is they skate around enough in the pass, people lose track of them because they're looking for the star.
I didn't see who started the pack too, so when I looked up, I was like, oh.
Fish slap into the penalty box there. Not looking like a great situation there for Gorge as they just hand over that lead jam situation. We're going to see this jam go the full 2 minutes. Greco going to take full advantage, though, up at the top of that side of Gravy, getting some smacked down.
Fish slap back in there, trying to make it up and score. Does not want to call off the jam at this point.
Fish slap out of that penalty box there. We're seeing 4 points up on the board in that last pass. Greco with 16 on the board for Bay Area.
Greco forced to keep going until the jam is called off.
6 on the board for Gorge, 18 on the board for Bay Area, 80-151.
Express Lane Jane for Bay Area, Rolling Raptor for the Gorge. It is Express Lane Jane as your lead jammer. Closely behind is Rolling Raptor. The pack fighting it out, trying to create holes. Bay Area through, calls off the jam. Chalk up 4 more for the Bay Area team, 155-80.
So I have an AI, so it's just an AI engine in BS Studio, and I'm telling it what I want it to do. But that's why I say so. It's not AI. Like I'm having it's hard code. What I'm doing is hard coded. Right. But I'm having AI build the hard code. That's why I'm like it's math. Yeah. I can go look at this code and tell you what the math is. Right. You change the math.
Ante Fay for the Gorge and Greco for Bay Area. Speaking of Greco, in that normal position of lead jammer for the Bay Area team.
Looks like Auntie Faye is headed to the penalty box there for Gorge. That's going to make this a power jam situation.
You didn't just say that, did you?
No. Actually, he picked up right where I was left off. Ante Fay was just coming past me when I...
Looks like we got Gorge's pivot and jammer in the penalty box right now.
Huge advantage for the Bay Area team. Coming around to score again is Greco.
Greco calling that off in full command there as we see Auntie Faye is going to be left in the penalty box. Side of Gravy is going to be left in the penalty box. That is the pivot and jammer for Gorge. This is going to be an unopportune moment for them and a great opportunity for Bay Area to take full advantage and run that lead up more. Just a little over twice the headway right now. We see Bay Area 163, Gorge 80.
Bay Area again, lead jammer status for Lex Killenrich.
Side of Gravy out of the penalty box. Auntie Faye out of the penalty box. Side of Gravy getting a little one-on-one with Lex there. Bay Area's putting down that beatdown on the outside of that line, but Auntie Faye able to push around the outside. Managed to keep it in bounds there. Scoldinox going for a piece of Lex Kilderich right there at the end. Lex calling off the jam, putting 8 points on the board for Bay Area.
Bay Area being stingy with those jams, making sure that the Gorge can't even try to score.
So you type in the code that you like in here, and then it shows up in this section right here?
Yeah, well, kind of. This isn't the code.
Detroit Demon for the Bay Area team in lead jammer status, followed quickly behind by Ricochet. Ricochet might have been able to squeeze out a point. A-Rex is your Bay Area jammer. You got Fish Slap again for the Gorge jammer. 2 Bay Area blockers out in the penalty box. Ideal situation for the Gorge. Still fighting to get through, and Fish Slap does get through, and lead jammer status. Followed right behind by A-Rex.
Biff and Jagged, little killer in the penalty box there for Bay Area. And Fish Slap calling off the jam, it looks like, after picking up 4 points. 1 point on the board for Bay Area. 22 left in this second half.
Fancy feet from Express Lane Jane, getting that lead jammer status, coming around now to score.
Rolling Raptor with that star in the hand after getting through on that initial pass. Express Lane Jane calling it off, putting 1 point up on the board. We see this Bay Area still not willing to give any away. Despite their lead, they are playing a tight game. Ricochet getting knocked out and doing a big recycle there right at the beginning of that whistle. Greco looking for some room at the top, having a real hard time getting through the top of that wall there, but starting to run that gorge wall thin as they spread that pack out.
Greco is through, though, your lead jammer, and coming around as Ricochet still fighting to get through that pack. Another jump from Greco, gets through most of the pack, still fighting all the way to get to the end. 1 Bay Area player blocker out.
Street Creature with a forearm call. Machete Machad with that star catch. Pushing through the top of that pack. Forcing that jam and right there. 6 points on the board for Bay Area. Lex Kilderich grabbing that lead jam position for Bay Area Derby. Nice little inside line hop there for Lex. Fish Lab not able to get around to the back of that pack in time to score any points for Gorge.
How does it know who's the other blockers and stuff?
Because they're doing full lineups.
Oh, every time? Oh, okay.
Good NSO too. You guys might be able to see your lead jammers up on the scoreboard.
Yeah, we get to see that.
So they probably put the lineup in, so you could still probably use a bunch of these.
Okay.
Shoot me a message up the glasses. Okay. You can also answer questions for your entire league. Not text them if you've got questions. Because I do this all myself, but I've learned, I've been doing it for 15 years. So people are like, oh, it's on the scoreboard. I was in scoreboard when it was first for points. It's one year, I'm probably doing
I don't even know what version they're running. We're probably on 3.1.
We're on 25.9. You guys are probably on 25.9.
Express Lane Jane on the line for Bay Area. Auntie Faye on the line for Gorge.
Auntie Faye through, dancing through the pack, gets that lead jammer status, coming around to score.
Auntie Faye has a kitten and a blanket to get home and knit. So they need to score those points ASAP.
Star pass complete for Bay Area to Big Perm coming through.
4 points on the board for both jammers right here. Auntie Faye getting the call it signal and does so.
Defense is putting in work for both teams. Jammers unable to get through. And then the Demon gets through the Gorge. Picks up the lead jammer status for the Bay Area, is coming around to score. Ricochet hot on the tail, though. Approaching the pack. And Detroit Demon's going to keep this jam alive. Trust in the defense as they come around again. Detroit Demon almost through the pack again, but hits a wall.
Face bounder Lethal up at the top there, trying to shut doors. Lethal right at that edge of pack playability. Detroit Demon through with that lead jam position, picking up 4 on that last pass. Ricochet coming through on that outside wall, picking up 4 points.
Detroit Demon has had enough, calls off the jam, ready to reset for both teams. Bay Area Derby has 203 to Gorge's Roller Derby of 92 with just about 14 minutes remaining in this second half of Derby action.
Greco blowing out for Bay Area Derby, grabbing that lead jam position. Fish slap getting recycled just a little bit back. Looking for a better setup, bringing that into the pack.
These are 2 high-scoring jammers for each team.
Fish slap pushing through that pack, but Greco seeing that pressure, picking up 4 and calling it off. 13:30 left on the clock. Rolling Raptor out in front, grabbing that lead jam position for Gorge. Lex not far behind, though, for Bay Area. We're going to see a little derby or jammer on jammer action there coming into the back of that pack. Raptor up through that inside line and calling it off. Lex right up into out the middle of it, picking up 2 points there for Bay Area. Raptor picking up 4 for Gorge. Auntie Faye on that inside line, looking for that easy run into that lead jam position. It looks like they picked up, not sure what the penalty was quite yet, potentially a track cut. Yeah, track cut, illegal re-entry there. Right up at the top, that long fight there. Rex getting through that lead, into that lead jam position. Face Founder and Fleetwood smack up at the top of that pack, holding back Rex for that last round.
Well, the Gorge team really stalled enough time for their jammer to get back into action, so the power play wasn't as effective as I'm sure Bay Area wants. And Faye through and out of bounds. Got to reset.
Auntie Faye pushing through the middle of that pack. Rex still in that lead jam position here. Seeing that get called off there.
And Express Lane Jane of Bay Area takes that lead jammer status.
Ricochet not far behind, breaking out of that pack. Top of that pack there, we see a big fight getting through. Express Lane Jane picking up 4 points there.
Detroit Demon, lead jammer for the Bay Area team, followed closely behind by Fish Slap of the Gorge.
.30 left in this second half.
And Greco for Bay Area able to muscle their way through the pack. Picks up lead jammer. Rolling Raptor says, hold on, I'm right there. Bay Area is still being stingy with the points, playing like it's a super tight game. Look at Rolling Raptor come through. Still some points over the Bay Area team.
Looks like 3 points on the board there. Two points on the board for Gorge, 2 for Bay. Auntie Faye with a run around, getting around that outside line. Lex Kilderich ping-ponging around, a big hit there at the top of that pack from Lethal. Lex fighting hard to get through the top. Gorge fighting as hard as they can to stop them. Side of Gravy picking up a penalty in the process. Looks like Lethal might have also picked up a penalty in the process. Auntie Faye with 5 points on the board for Gorge. What a massive play there at the top of that pack, regardless of the scoreboard. That play there at the top of that pack was top notch. Rex in that lead jam position for Bay Area. Ricochet jamming for Gorge. Rex doing a corner hop for the fun of it. Rex getting knocked out on that inside line. Ricochet having to recycle back with that star in the hand, hoping to make some distance here.
Looks like Ricochet may be looking for a star pass, as cannot get through the Bay Area blockers. As Rex comes around to score again. At least it's an option. Star pass to the pivot, but still in the back of the pack. Let's see if Side of Gravy has any luck trying to get through this Bay Area wall. Bay Area team doing a good job stifling the jammer for the Gorge team. But they finally make it through, coming around to score, and that's when they're going to call off the jam.
Bad blocker putting 12 points on the board in that last jam. Express lane Jane for Bay Area. Fish slap for Gorge. Fish slap looking for an inside line run, not able to stick it out. Jane grabbing that lead jam position. Fish slap finding a wide open door on the inside of corner one. Fleetwood smack headed to the penalty box for Gorge. 4 points on the board there for Express Lane Jane, and calling off the jam. Fish slap coming in with an impending scoring run. Each team starting this jam off with a jammer in the penalty box, or a skater in the penalty box there. Detroit Demon grabbing that lead jam position for Bay Area. Rolling Raptor with that star in the hand for Gorge, looking for any kind of escape from that wall of black there. Massive pile
right when
up
the
there.
Gorge team gets their team filled up, another one goes out to the penalty box.
Rolling Raptor into the penalty box in that jamming position. That's going to make this a power jam situation for the next 30 seconds for Detroit Demon. That wall of white there just working its way right into the middle of that Bay Area pack, able to split open and force that wall to happen. Detroit Demon getting recycled once there. Side of Gravy, Fleetwood smack, trying to shove Detroit Demon off the track. Raptor back out of the penalty box, looking for an opening. Almost getting caught up in a bit of the defense going on there. So intense that even Bay Area's pack just kind of forgot Raptor was coming back out of that penalty box. Bay Area, though, putting 8 points up on the board. 1:15 on the clock in this second period.
This is a high-scoring match, but each point has been hard fought, especially in that last jam.
Greco out there in that lead jam position for Bay Area Derby. Auntie Faye out there for Gorge Roller Derby. Greco calling it off, picking up 4 and closing that show down. 30 seconds left on the period clock. It looks like we're going to get one more jam at this game.
As we close out, let's give it up for both teams today.
Ricochet in the back for Gorge, looking for some room. Lex pushing up through the top, almost there actually. Then Ricochet slipping through, Lex right behind him.
And now we're on the jam clock. Ricochet can ride this out as long as they want. Oh,
Ricochet, a big hit onto that inside line there, knocking them down, calling it off right after it happens.
what
Make
a way to
some
end the
noise
jam.
for both teams. Sorry. And that is our unofficial end. We'll just have a moment here, make sure no one's going to make any secret calls. It doesn't look like it. Bay Area Derby 254, Gorge Roller Derby 104.
No one's told you we appreciate you.
Make some noise for Bay Area Derby 254 and Gorge Roller Derby 104. And in just a moment, we'll have our MVPs. Just one moment, and we will have our MVP nominations. Was it not charging? Says it's
Now it is. Okay. The one on the bottom is pretty good. So.
all right, our MVP nominations. Bay Area's MVP nominations are MVP blocker Kitty Killa, MVP jammer Lex Kilderich, and overall MVP Greco. And Gorge Roller Derby's MVP nominations: MVP blocker Fleetwood Smack, MVP jammer Fish Slap, and overall Cider Gravy. You guys turn around right here. I have your MVP awards. Starting this jam off, Coyote Country Roller Derby versus Rat City Roller Derby. Phytochondria on the line for Coyote Country. Silent but Deadly on the line for Rat City. Oh, you're on the wrong camera. Why is that? Just a sec, don't do anything. There you go. I don't know, it didn't switch cameras. I'll make sure it does this time. It should be. Silent but Deadly in that lead jam position there. We see Phytochondria take that star off the helmet to push through that pack. Oh, why didn't it switch? Solar Roller on the line for Coyote Country. Nova on the line for Rat City, grabbing that lead jam position. Nova calling off that jam. Whiskey Smash on the line for Coyote Country. Stabby Cat on the line for Rat City. Rat City calling off that jam. She'll be sassy on the line for Coyote Country. Parabot on the line for Rat City. Little jammer on jammer action about to happen there. She'll be sassy crossing over in front of Parabot through corner one. Parabot calling it off. No points for either jammer so far. 4 jams in. Silent but Deadly on the line for Rat City. Phytochondria on the line for Coyote Country. Silent calling off that jam with 4 points. Phytochondria not able to get up on that scoreboard there, but Rat City with 15 now in jam 5. Solar Roller going smash into that back end as hard as possible. Nova looking for some room there, getting caught in the middle of that pack. Solar Roller around the outside, on the outside or inside line there, able to push through the middle and that end wall from Rat City, putting 4 points on the board. Malice grabbing that star pass. Whiskey Smash blowing off that pack, right off that whistle, grabbing that lead jam position. She'll be sassy, grabbing that lead jam position for Coyote Country. Rats putting 4 points on the board for Coyote Country. Silent but deadly for Rat City, popping out, grabbing that lead jam position. Phytochondria in the back, looking for some room, managing to break out on that initial pass, not far behind. Silent but deadly. Nova out there for Rat City. Solar Roller for Coyote Country. Solar Roller pushing up, grabbing that lead jam position for Coyote Country. Nova not far behind. Nice jammer on jammer action there, coming through corner 3 and 4. Whiskey Smash in that lead jam position for Coyote Country. Stabby Cat for Rat City. Whiskey Smash calling it off. She'll be sassy for Coyote Country. Parabot for Rat City. Parabot ping-ponging around a little bit on the inside of corner one there, looking for some room to get through that wall. Managing to find a nice outside line, grabbing that lead jam position, turning that into a power jam situation. She'll be sassy, hanging out in the penalty box. Looks like with a 4-am call there. Lady Hayes also joining for Coyote Country in the penalty box. Parabot through, picking up 4 points. Parabot getting knocked to the outside as calling it off right as she'll be sassy out of that penalty box. That's going to be a full lineup start for Coyote Country in this next jam. 18-25, 18 minutes left in this first half. Silent but deadly, getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position for Rat City. Sharkbait grabbing that star pass for Coyote Country, gonna put some pressure on the back of that pack. Silent but deadly, not gonna be able to hold on forever. Solar Roller getting that outside line. Grabbing that lead jam position for Coyote Country. Nova trying to find some room in the middle of that pack, but finding a resilient wall there from Coyote Country. Hard pushes right here and a massive stop and smash away, grabbing that star pass for Rat City. Having some difficulty pushing through that outside corner wall there on 3 and 4. Coyote Country bringing that defense. Solar Roller through for 4 more, picking up 8 points. Seems like Solar Roller calling off that jam, going down on the ground. 10 points altogether in that last jam for Coyote Country. Stabby Cat grabbing that lead jam position for Rat City. Whiskey Smash not far behind though. See a timeout being called. Rat City timeout. Almost back from that team timeout here. Quick look at our jamming stats. Our jammers are nearly even across the board from team to team here. Very impressive. That also lines up with our scoreboard. About halfway in, or just halfway over this first half. Parabot in that lead jam position for Rat City. She'll be sassy for Coyote Country. Neither team are really giving away a whole lot here. Not able to take as much as they'd like, that is for sure. Parabot there, looking for some room in that lead jam position. She'll be sassy with that star in the hand, managing to get around through that initial pass. Rat City with a quick run there, putting 10 points on the board, 45-32. Silent but Deadly on the line for Rat City. Phytochondria on the line for Coyote Country. Phytochondria grabbing that lead jam position for Coyote Country. Coming into the back of that pack though, losing that ability to strike hard as they got knocked to that outside wall 2 times there. Silent but Deadly had some serious speed ready to go into that pack before that jam was called. Whiskey Smash on the line for Coyote Country. Stabby Cat on the line for Rat City. Quick jam, bringing that thing to an end. Little jammer on jammer action right there off the line. She'll be Sassy, sticking it to Nova. Panning out for them too. She'll be Sassy pushing right up to the top, grabbing that lead jam position for Coyote Country. Sassy slipping through, picking up 4 points and calling off the jam without giving any away. Coyote Country streaking back a little bit. Mitochondria on the line for Coyote Country. Parabot on the line for Rat City. Mitochondria grabbing that lead jam position. A nice quick push there off that line. Parabot having to recycle back behind that Coyote Country wall. Coyote Country with a nice strike back there. 6 points on the board in that last jam from Mitochondria. Only 2 points down out here. 8.5 minutes left in this first half. Silent but deadly, and a nice tuck out on that outside line, letting them keep that pressure up on Whiskey Smash. Stabby Cat on the line for Rat City. Solar Roller for Coyote. And we're seeing a big recycle there on Solar Roller. Or sorry, Stabby Cat. Pack definitely slowing down here as both jammers are finding just incredible walls to have to try to fight through from both teams. There goes Stabby Cat managing to get an opening out in front. Lady Hayes thought they were going to get a recycle on Stabby Cat, but not the case. She'll be Sassy jamming for Coyote Country. Nova jamming for Rat City. She'll be Sassy grabbing that lead jam position. She'll be Sassy picking up 2 and call it off. 5:20 left on the period clock there. 45-47. This has been a great matchup thus far, and we're seeing neither team want to give anything away. Silent but deadly down on that inside line there. Wasn't sure what was about to happen, but they got up and skidded around that pack like nothing was even there and picked up that lead jam position. Okay, Don't Care Bear headed to the penalty box there on that call at the front of that pack. It looks like 4 points for Silent but Deadly, and they call off that jam. Whiskey Smash on the line for Coyote Country, but Parabot right onto the front, grabbing that lead jam position for Rat City. Getting knocked around the outside, Parabot able to keep it in the track. Little slingshot hinge there. We see a big recycle, though, on Whiskey Smash. Recycling back behind all of those Rat City blockers. Gory LaForge, Water Hammer, and Stabby Cat. We got an official review being called over there as a timeout for Coyote Country. Solar Roller out there for Coyote Country. Stabby Cat. It looks like Solar Roller picking up a forearm penalty, maybe. Stabby Cat still out there for Rat City in a power jam situation if they can get through on that initial. Stabby Cat grabbing that lead jam position. She'll be sassy on the line for Coyote Country, silent but deadly for Rat City. Rat City taking a little bit of a runaway here in the last few minutes of this jam, or this first half. 61-45, 45 seconds left on the period clock. Mitochondria out there on the line for Coyote Country, grabbing that lead jam position. Nova for Rat City. Nova looking for some room. Mitochondria again, a nice inside line hop. Picking up 4 points, a nice clean 8 so far on the board, reeling that lead right back in. We are on that jam clock. Nova still looking for some room on the outside from Rat City, but it looks like this just got turned into a power jam situation for the next 30 seconds for Mitochondria. You best believe they're gonna be trying to take full advantage here. A minute left on the period, or on the jam clock. Period clock at 0. Fight having trouble getting through there, calling it off. Locking up that jammer for that next half. Make some noise for both of these teams so far. 57 Coyote Country, 61 Rat City. What a heck of a last few jams we had there. Don't forget, you can go out front and get yourself some tacos and more from Taquito El Hambre. They're right out the front. You can also order online if you'd like to go, like, just sit out in the grass while you wait for that and not even go talk to a human. They do offer that as well. Ooh, humans, we are back for round 2, Coyote Country Roller Derby versus Rat City Roller Derby. Decide to stay overnight in the penalty box. Nova over there just hanging out. She'll be sassy, starting this out again in a power jam situation here for the next roughly 27 seconds. And we're going to see what She'll Be Sassy can do with that. Nova hanging out in the penalty box, like I said a moment ago. And that pack from Rat City is proven to be definitely terrifying. I didn't know Nova was going bowling, but they just knocked down a few skaters like pins in the alley. That was no problem for them to slip through out of that penalty box, grab that lead jam position. They had some time to think while they were in there. Right to the outside and calling it off. Coyote Country with a quick strike back out of this second half. 4 points on the board. Looks like we are in an official review. We will have more for you in just a moment. Quick check in with our jamming stats. Mitochondria with 19 points on the board. Parabot with 22 of their own points on the board. Those are our 2 lead scoring jammers so far. We will know in just a moment. All right, we're back into this jamming action. Coyote looking for a call on a Rat City blocker in that last jam on that official review, which did not happen. They did not retain it. Parabot out there for Rat City. Whiskey Smash, though, in that lead jam position with about a quarter of a track lead. Whiskey Smash punching through that pack, calling off that jam. Solar Roller on the line for Coyote Country. Silent but deadly for Rat City. Star pass there to Pterodactyl for Coyote Country. Silent but Deadly hanging out in the penalty box for Rat City. Picking up a track cut just a minute ago. 4 points on the board for Pterodactyl. Silent but Deadly regretting having shoelaces today. Pterodactyl threw for 4 more on that last pass. Silent threw on the outside, getting knocked down, almost making it around that pack, but not quite. Pterodactyl with the pressure on. We're going to see this jam run the full 2 minutes, 30 seconds left roughly. Silent up through for 4, ringing that back after getting out of that penalty box. Pterodactyl trying to get through the middle of that pack there. Corey LaForge at the top, not able to hold back Pterodactyl any longer. 4 more points up on that board. That jam coming to an end. 12 points for Coyote Country. 11 for Rat City. 72-76. Still as close as when we started, basically. Stabby Cat on the line for Rat City. Phytochondria on the line for Coyote Country. Stabby Cat out in front, calling off that jam, picking up 4 points. Rat City 80, Coyote Country 72. She'll be Sassy on the line for Coyote Country. Nova on the line for Rat City. Nova out in front, grabbing that lead jam position. She'll be Sassy, not far behind. Nova calling off the jam. Sassy's trying to slip in through as quickly as they could. Nova picking up 3 points there. Or sorry, Sassy picking up 3 points. Looks like we have some officials doing some official talking there. 2 points there on the board for Nova. Whiskey Smash on the line there for Coyote Country. Silent but deadly for Rat City. Silent grabbing that lead jam position. Whiskey Smash not far behind. That pack starting to pick up a little bit of momentum there. Way spread out like butter on toast. Seeing that jam get called off. Stabby Cat on the line for Rat City. Fight Condria on the line for Coyote Country. Stabby Cat on the line in that lead jam position for Rat City, and a star pass at a pterodactyl for Coyote Country. I gotta give a special shout out to Loud Llama. You've nailed so many drops. You do 5 seconds. It's so beautiful. I don't know how, if you know how happy that makes me. Right on the Nova getting that lead jam position for Rat City. She'll be sassy for Coyote Country, looking for a line on that outside wall. Sassy with the star in the hand. That inside line taking all that tension. Nova pushing right through. Sharkbait grabbing that star pass there from She'll Be Sassy. We got a team timeout being called there for Rat City. Parabot blowing out of that pack for Rat City, grabbing that lead jam position. Solar Roller, though, getting a chunk of Parabot, little jammer on jammer action. Solar Roller getting through on that initial. Silent but deadly out there in that lead jam position for Rat City. Deadly moving around the outside of that pack, grabbing that easy 4 points. Whiskey Smash handing that star pass over to Sharkbait. Sharkbait having to do a big recycle in the process. Silent calling off that jam right there, not letting any more action happen. 8 points on the board for Rat City. Rat City walking away with a 29-point lead here. Stabby Cat for Rat City. Mitochondria for Coyote Country. Pushing at the top. Stabby Cat looking for some room. Mitochondria finding a door on the outside. Sneaking through and grabbing that lead jam position. Stabby Cat's like, get out of here, Pterodactyl. We don't need you. Stabby, though, not able to get him back to that pack before that jam is called off. 3 points up on the board for Mitochondria. Solar Roller on the line for Coyote Country. Nova on the line for Rat City. Nova finding a nice little sweep to the outside, getting a nice hit on that blocker as they scoot around and grab that lead jam position. Solar Roller looks like they're caught up in the middle of that pack just a little bit. Knocked to the outside, a big hit there. Taro by laying down that law there for a moment on Solar Roller. Nova in that lead jam position, but surrounded by Coyote Country skaters there. Nova to the inside, calling it off. Solar Roller hitting the outside, picking up 3 points. Like 4 points on the board for Solar Roller. 7 on the last jam there for Nova. Rat City starting to walk away with that lead, a little over 14 and a half minutes left. Sassy pushing up through the top, grabbing that lead jam position for Coyote Country. And smash away in that pivot position there in the penalty box for Rat City. As you can see, Parabout looking around for some help there. They are skating around a sea of black. Sassy through that inside line. Someone left a door open. Sassy's gonna take those points. Sassy getting recycled around on the outside. It looks like potentially picking up a penalty there. They did. Sassy picking up a track cut. Pack starting to stretch out. No pack situation developing right there. Parabot there, though, out there on a power jam situation. Sassy might not make it out of this penalty box in time, but I think they will. Sassy striking it, picking up 4 points in that last pass. Coyote Country with a big comeback there, 16 points on the board. They are not going home defeated. Silent looking for some room on that inside line, getting all caught up. Sharkbait laying out a solid wall. That's no problem there. We see a star pass to Whiskey Smash coming out of that pack, but Silent getting that lead jam position. A little jammer on jammer cut there.
Man, Silent. Hey,
Huge inside jump. Whiskey Smash didn't break any of the eggs. Silent coming out though still with those 4 points. Jammer on jammer. What an action there. Silent on the outside, Whiskey on the inside. I can't wait to watch that on YouTube. Whiskey getting pushed up on that inside line. Or Silent getting pushed up on the inside line. Whiskey on the outside picking up 4 points. Silent calling it off. What a jam for a star pass right in the beginning. Toe to toe on those jammers. Timeout being called there. We did. That's exactly. We got an official timeout being called. It was just a quick party. They just wanted to check in and see how all the other officials were doing. Make sure they had eaten something. Solar Roller on the line for Coyote Country. Stabby Cat on the line for Rat City. Stabby Cat grabbing that lead jam position. Pterodactyl with a run and go as they just toast up their way through that last blocker there. Stabby Cat calling it off. 10 minutes, 10 seconds left in this second half. 129-107. Rat City with a 22-point lead. Nova for Rat City getting out front, grabbing that lead jam position. Phytochondria for Coyote Country. 4 points on the board in that last jam for Phytochondria, 2 for Nova. She'll be Sassy on the line for Coyote Country. Parabot on the line for Rat City. Parabot in the back in that lead jam position, looking for some room, getting ping-ponged around. Pterodactyl with a big hit to that outside line on Parabot. Sassy looking for some room on that inside cut. Managing to get through after a hard push. Parabot calling off that jam. 135, 111, Coyote Country looking for an edge here. Rat City looking to just hold down the walls. Whiskey Smash on the line for Coyote Country. Silent but Deadly on the line for Rat City. It looks like actually Glitz there on the line for Coyote Country. That star in the hand, not a star pass. Stabby Cat on the line for Rat City. Solar Roller in that lead jam position for Coyote Country. Coyote looking for any room they can get out there on the track. Solar Roller finding a nice little pirouette. I don't even know what that was. Shake it off, spin off the baddies. Solar Roller on that inside line. Managing to keep it up. Stabby Cat, though, through that pack, putting that pressure right back up. 8 points on the board in that last jam for Coyote Country. 119, 138, 550 on the clock. Still anybody's game. Mitochondria getting recycled back behind Mexican Revolution. Rockzilla, Mexican Revolution, and Smashway, and Terabyte all out there now. Putting a stop to Mitochondria. Nova falling up to the top of that pack. Looks like a penalty being issued there to Betty Rumble. Sharkbait grabbing that star pass earlier from Mitochondria. .22 difference here so far. Coyote Country looking for some runs. Parabot around on the outside looking for that opening, but Sassy picking it up, grabbing that lead jam position. Parabot out of that pack, making that initial Sassy through, calling it off. Coyote Country nice with a nice little quick strike and retreat, 123-141. Whiskey Smash for Coyote Country, silent but deadly for Rat City. Silent getting recycled around the back there. Shark Bait laying down a hard inside line. Whiskey Smash finding some room, slipping through the top, grabbing that lead jam position for Coyote Country. Silent around on the top line, but Shark Bait getting that last bite. Calling that jam off there. Those points for either jammer. 123, 141, 208 on the clock. 18-point difference. Rat City still in lead. Lady Hayes getting a nice recycle there on Stabby Cat. Don't Care Bear Aftermath, Lady Hayes and Pterodactyl trying to run the middle of that pack for Coyote Country. Solar Roller rolling out there, grabbing that lead jam position. Again, Coyote trying to come back. 18-point difference here. Stabby Cat right up against the back of that pack. 2 points on the board, it looks like, for Coyote. Phytochondria for Coyote Country, silent but deadly for Rat City. Silent on that outside line again, hoping for a quick shift over. Phytochondria looking for any opening there, trying to split that pack apart. These packs are moving so quickly to catch those blockers. It is a crazy madness. It looks like if you were to just throw marbles at the wall. The blockers know exactly where they want to be, though. As we can see, neither jammer has made it through this pack yet. Not even close. Silent trying to work on that inside line. Phytochondria starting to push that pack apart just a little bit. Phytochondria managing to poke out to the top, get that lead jam position, but Silent slipping through on the outside with that star in the hand. A little jammer on jammer action there, sending Phytochondria back behind Silent. Silent, though, in full control. Our period clock is at 0. Our jam clock is the only thing left with time on it. That pack skating too fast for either one of the jammers to push up too easily. But we see Phytochondria managing to dive up to the top, pick up 4 points. Silent getting caught on that inside line for just a second. But 4 points also for Silent. it, taking that jam down to the end. 133, 149, 8 on 8 for both jammers in that last jam. Make some noise for Coyote Country. Make some noise for Rat City Roller Derby. I don't have my MVP. We will have our MVP nominations for you in just a moment. Well, I asked them coming in. Make some noise one more time for Rat City Roller Derby, 149. And make some noise for Coyote Country Roller Derby. Perfect. Our MVP nominations are Coyote Country MVPs, MVP Blocker Aftermath, MVP Jammer Phytochondria, and overall MVP Pterodactyl. And our Rat City nominations, MVP Blocker Joe, MVP Jammer Parabot, and overall MVP Rockzilla, overall MVP. Head over to the announcers table to grab your MVP awards. All right, our next bout coming up at 6 p.m. We got Gorge Roller Derby All-Stars versus Boulder County Roller Derby. The Flatiron Phoenixes skating for the All-Star Gorge Roller Derby All-Stars. In this game, we got Face Pounder, Auntie Faye, Murph, Killer Bee, Scoldy Knox, Fleetwood Smack, Fish Slap, Machete Machad, Lethal, Rock'em Sock'em, Ricochet, Side of Gravy, and Rolling Raptor. For Boulder County Roller Derby, we got Short Stack, Cat Claws, Ricochet, Penelope Bruise, Angry Topaz, Hungry Badger, Florida Beast, Freddie Mercury, Lady J, Ruta Gaba Ginsburg, Ruta Bega Ginsburg, that's my ADHD taking over there, Peacock, Glidezilla, and Bade Lynn. Turn it down.
Is that your TV too? Or, no, I wasn't sure if that was like the.
What's the leaks?
Oh, okay.
Starting this jam off, Gorge Roller Derby's Fish Slap out there on the track in that lead jam position.
Was that name Ricochet, Nene?
I don't know. I gotta go.
Last.
It took me 30 seconds to process.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm gonna wait till you say it. Rolling Raptor is your Gorge Jammer, and Lady J is the Boulder County Jammer.
Raptor.
And there you go, lead jammer, Rolling Raptor for the Gorge.
Lady J not far behind coming out of that pack. Gonna keep that pressure on Raptor.
Oh, and through goes Rolling Raptor. Calls it off.
4 points there for Raptor in that one. No points going to Boulder. Auntie Faye on the line for Gorge. Honey Badger on the line for Boulder. Honey Badger getting out in front, grabbing that lead jam position.
Auntie Faye for the George, still trying to work through the pack as Honey Badger comes around and scores 4 points. Honey Badger through and safe as she slides after calling off the jam.
Ricochet on the line for Gorge Roller Derby. Baylin on the line for Boulder. Ricochet grabbing that lead jam from Gorge Roller Derby. Battle and not getting up on the scoreboard, or getting 1 point up on the scoreboard there, 4 there for Ricochet in that lead jam position.
Hope we have that height
Ricochet on the line for Boulder. Fish slap on the line for Gorge. Fish slap grabbing that lead jam position for Gorge. Nene in the back there looking for some room. Manages to get through that pack with that star in their hand. Fish slap getting 2 up on the board there. Lady J in the back there for Boulder, looking for some room on that inside line, but Raptor finding that space nice and quick.
Rolling Raptor trying to be the bowling ball approach. Gets through the pack.
Auntie Faye on the line for Gorge Roller Derby. Honey Badger on the line for Boulder. Auntie Faye grabbing that lead jam position, but getting stuck back up in that jam, or in that pack once again, coming out just a little bit short and calling it off. Not wanting to give anything away to Honey Badger. Honey Badger don't care. Battling on the line for Boulder County. Ricochet on the line for Gorge Roller Derby. Ricochet grabbing that lead jam position.
One comes in, one goes out for Boulder County. And just enough for Gorge to put some more points on the board.
Penelope Cruz in that pivot position for Boulder in that penalty box there. Lady J in the back for Boulder.
And fish slap as the lead jammer scores the points and then calls off the jam. Gorge up 24-11.
We're definitely seeing a strike and retreat tactic as these teams feel each other out. And again, stuck in the middle of that pack for just a second. Blowing out not far behind Raptor. Raptor up in front with that lead jam position for Gorge. Raptor on that outside line, calling that jam off.
Oh, I know. I thought it was like Happy Gilmore. That's a smart idea, though. Yeah. Auntie Faye versus the Honey Badger. And it's the Honey Badger who comes out on top for lead jammer for Boulder County.
Nice inside line hop there from Honey Badger in that lead jam position, who's calling off that jam. Auntie Faye grabbing up that distance on the back of that pack, keeping that pressure high. Boulder now looking to even out the scoreboard, not have any big differential there. 13-point difference so far, not really a big deal, a one jam walk away.
And Ricochet like a rocket through the pack, lead jammer status for the Gorge. Battling right behind, though.
Ricochet knocked to that inside line, calling off the jam. Not wanting to give anything away again. We're seeing a real tight game being played here. 2 points on the board for Gorge in that last jam. Fish slap on the line for Gorge here. Lady J on the line for Boulder. Fish slap finding a big open wide inside line, manages to run up into that lead jam position. Lady J getting caught up in that left to right there in the middle of behind that black wall from Gorge. Lethal getting a big recycle on Lady J there.
Looks like Boulder County is attempting a star pass. Or they have the option. Still nothing yet.
Raptor on the line for Gorge. Trying to run right up that inside slant line right through that pack. Not far behind. Nene coming out of that pack with some serious speed, trying to close that gap on Raptor as quickly as they can. Raptor getting caught up on that inside wall, going down and calling it off. Picking up 3 points in the process.
Gorge Roller Derby is playing great heads up. They know that they need to get through the pack and call off the jam even if they don't make it all the way through. Better just to save it to be a 0 score for the other team than to have the chance of losing that and getting more points.
Super important. Swivel heads. Anife on the line for Gorge. Honey Badger on the line for Boulder. Honey Badger out. Honey Badger got lead jam. Honey Badger don't care. Auntie Faye not far behind. Honey Badger getting ran right up the middle of that pack with Fleetwood Smack calling it off. Ricochet on the line for Gorge. Lady J on the line for Boulder.
Ricochet was able to get back on track before the defender could go backwards. Great heads-up play. Quick reflexes for the Ricochet.
We do not have a lead jammer called, though. Not sure if Ricochet's got to do a clean pass to obtain. Ricochet, 4 points on the board. Lady J with that star in their hand, still looking for some space.
And Ricochet through the pack again, another 4. I think it has to be a hand-to-hand. I don't think it can ever be thrown. Yeah. That's a good question. I just learned that you actually had to have somebody dropped it on accident. And I was like, oh shit, what do you do now? Like, no one can touch it. Yeah. That I did not know.
Freddie Mercury points a hand out of the penalty box there on a direction play or a stop block. Ricochet still looking for some room with 12 points on the board so far. Lady J running it through that jam, running the full 2 with no lead jammer. What a play there. Ricochet putting 15 points on the board. 37-point lead there for Gorge. We got a timeout being called for Boulder.
Oh, but I did the first guy. That's crazy. Now everyone knows. I did. Like the bomb call.
Back from that team timeout, battling on the line for Boulder County. Fish Slab on the line in that lead jam position for Gorge Roller Derby. Battling on that inside line, looking for some room. Getting through on that initial Fish Slap through on their first scoring. Calling it off, picking up 4 points. Quick strike and retreat.
And Nene is your lead jammer for Boulder County. And a star pass was had, so Machete Machad for the Gorge is coming up behind.
What did you just say? We're gonna what? Oh, Machete Machad. I thought you said my brain. You know, like when you read something and you're saying a word, that's literally what just happened.
Auntie Faye on the line for Gorge. Honey Badger on the line for Boulder. Auntie Faye ping-ponging around right there, seeing if there's going to be an opening on that inside line, and there is, making that action happen, grabbing that lead jam position. Honey Badger able to take that same route right through that inside line as that hole was cut open by their pack.
Auntie Faye tentatively calls off the jam.
Hard to like.
Glidezilla on the line for Boulder. Ricochet on the line for Gorge. Ricochet looking for some room, getting recycled there just a little bit and managing to come back strong and grab that lead jam position. Glidezilla with that star in the hand, able to get through the pack there, keeping that speed up there. They're going to keep that distance or that pressure up on Ricochet. Ricochet calling off the jam.
Ricochet's tearing it up right now. Oh, Ricochet? No. And battling for Boulder County gets lead jammer status. Fish Slap is through the pack, though.
Bishop with a star in the hand, coming for it. Battling, gonna try to keep that movement right through that pack. Battling up to the middle, calling off the jam. Nene on the line for Boulder. Raptor on the line for Gorge.
Oh, and Nene, lead jammer status. Oh, but another star pass to Machete Machad.
Machete pushing up through that pack and able to get out on that initial, right on that star pass, but Nene calling that jam off.
Literally calling it off as making the motion. Gorge Roller Derby with 68. Boulder County with 31 with about 8 minutes to go in this half.
Honey Badger on the line for Boulder. Auntie Faye on the line for Gorge. Badger out in front with that lead jam position. Tons of distance here as Faye's just getting out in front of that pack. Big save there for Honey Badger, getting caught up in that wall, able to come back out, get in front, and call off that jam, picking up 3 points for Boulder. $7:15 left on the clock in this first half, 68-34. Gorge with a demanding 34-point lead.
And it's Ricochet versus Nene in the jammers. And it's Nene on top. Lead jammer status. But here comes Ricochet.
Ricochet gonna keep that pressure on Nene. Nene right up to the middle of that pack, getting him blown out. Calling off the jam at the same time, picking up 4 points in the process. Ricochet picking up 1.
Boulder City doing a great job the last few jams on holding off any advanced scoring from Gorge, but they finally got one.
Team timeout for Gorge. Into that team timeout for Gorge. We got Fish Slap on the line for Gorge, battling on the line for Boulder. Fish Slap looking for some room on that inside wall, managing to push through right at the beginning of corner 2, battling not far behind, coming through the middle of that pack. Fish Slap in control here. Fish Slap not even risking. That was a very safe call off there, getting into the middle of that pack. Checking their distance and calling it off, picking up 2 points for Gorge.
All right, you got Raptor and Lady J if you use your jammers. And it's Rolling Raptor as the lead jammer.
Lady J having to recycle all around there in the center of the track. Raptor coming out with some serious speed right around the outside of that pack, waiting for just a few more right up to the front, picking up 4 more on that pass.
And Rolling Raptor takes out one of the blockers going through the pack. That's one way to do it.
Lady J looking for some room there, trying to find an inside line. Machete Machad, Murph, Rock'em, Sock'em, and Killer B just putting up a strong wall there for Gorge. No pack situation developed. Lady J getting through the top of that pack on a scoring pass, putting 4 on the board. Raptor coming through for 4 more and calling it off, putting 12 on the board in that jam, 4 for Boulder, 12 for Gorge. Just under 4 minutes in this first half left.
And Honey Badger is the lead jammer. Auntie Faye is still working through the pack. 1 to go and on their way. There goes Honey Badger scoring and gonna call it off.
Timeout being called there. Official timeout.
Official dance break.
Nene on the line for Boulder. Ricochet on the line for Gorge. Ricochet pushing right up through the middle of that pack. Managing to pick up that lead jam position. Nene in the middle of that pack still.
Machete lays out Nene. Back up though and on the court.
Ricochet just waiting for that moment to call out that jam after picking up those fresh 4. Nene through for 4. Ricochet letting it go. Gonna pick up 4 more of their own. Calling it off. 2 minutes left on the period clock. 91-50. Gorge steadily increasing their lead here. But it is definitely slowed down as we see Boulder really starting to tick away at that defense. Fish slap for Gorge, but battling out in front, grabbing that lead jam position for Boulder.
And Batty calls off the jam after getting the 4 points.
Batty picking up 3 points there at the end of that jam. Rolling Raptor for Gorge. Glidezilla for Boulder.
Glidezilla with a star pass. As Rolling Raptor comes around on her scoring pass.
Raptor finding a more solid wall there from Boulder. Penelope Bruce grabbing that star pass earlier, making that action happen, getting through on a scoring pass, picking up 4 points.
What a turn of events. We got Boulder City really putting up a wall against Rolling Raptor. Almost able to go through a scoring again.
Raptor popping out the top and calling it off with 4 of their own. That is halftime. 95 Gorge, 57 Boulder County. Make some noise for both of these teams. Ooh, we got all these cool stats we could look at. We got our high-scoring jammers so far. Ricochet for Gorge with 38 points and Honey Badger for Boulder County with 27. Line for Boulder. Boulder coming out of that cannon with some fire.
Oh, and this is exactly what Boulder County needs at the start of this second half. Power. Jammers out, power jam. First lap around, scoring points. How fast can Nene go in 30 seconds?
Fish Lap picking up a track cut there. Nene calling it before Fish Lap was released from the hatchery.
I've been wanting to say Fish Lap has been fish trapped in the penalty box.
Battling on the line for Boulder. Fish Lap with just a few seconds before they were released into that track, battling at that lead jam position.
And that's enough for battling as Fish Slap approaches the pack. 95-66. Gorge still has the lead. Rolling Raptor versus the Honey Badger for the Jammers. Looks like Rolling Raptor rolls on through the packs as lead jammer.
Raptor finding that pack in the middle pretty wide open, but Boulder managing to shift right out back into the front again. Jam getting called off there. 4 points on the board for Gorge. No points for Boulder.
99-66.
Number am I thinking of?
Any way you look at it.
59.
Whoa, you are from the future.
Ricochet jamming for Gorge. Lady J out in front jamming for Boulder, grabbing that lead jam position.
And here comes Lady J. Time to score for the Boulder County.
Ricochet doing a nice little track cut there, managing to make that inside line from the outside. 2 points up on the board for Boulder.
Madeline versus Fish Slap again in the jammer department. Oh, and it looks like Fish Slap got fish trapped with a penalty. Madeline all alone out there on again onto the power jam.
That's a full penalty box there for Gorge. Fish Slap, side of gravy, and lethal. Side of gravy picking up a multiplayer. Fish Slap picking up a high block.
There's more Gorge team on the penalty box than there is out on the track right now. That is not good for them.
Battling, calling the jam off. Looks like Fish Slap might have gotten out of the penalty box in time. We still got Side of Gravy and Lethal, though, over there for Gorge. That's going to leave that wall short. Raptor working with Machete and Killa B to make this happen.
Even with the Gorge blockers at only 2, they were able to trap Boulder County's jammer, keep him behind the pack. Excellent defense by the Gorge. That gave Rolling Raptor the lead jammer status, coming around to score.
What an impressive play there from that pack. Killa B and Machete Machado able to help Raptor get up into that lead jam position. Gorge back to full strength. Nene trying to find some room. Picked up a penalty in the process with that star in the hand. That's going to make this a power jam situation here for Rolling Raptor.
You can see the Gorge try to set that play up. Great power jam for him. At least 10 points so far, 109 to 76.
Ricochet on the line for Gorge. Looks like a penalty being called there. Not quite sure what it is. Nene, though, headed out from that penalty box any moment. Ricochet grabbing that lead jam position. Egri Topaz picking up a forearm, it looks like. Ricochet around on that outside line, able to just kind of skirt through the middle of that pack, picking up that lead jam position and 4 points that go with it. Nene out of that penalty box, looking to keep that pressure up on Ricochet. Ricochet getting knocked to the outside, calling off the jam, picking up a 4 more points. Apparently it's buy one, get one free at the point store.
Matched up again is Battling and Fish Slap. Last 2 times, Fish Slap has been hit with a penalty.
Fish Slap.
Oh, but clears the pack this time, straight on the right side. Huge hole they were able to capitalize on.
Battling, looking for some room there, having to come back in on the track. A little bit of a recycle there, waiting for that pack to come up to them, actually. How that got called off. We'll find out why. That was an official call off of that jam there after an obstruction in the track.
I bet that standing thing so bad. I just imagine the jumping on it. Kind of important.
We are in an official timeout still there. Ruling Raptor on the line for Gorge. Lady J for Boulder. Penelope Bruce taking a big hit there.
Rolling Raptor takes out 2 of the Boulder County blockers before they get penalized and put into the penalty box.
Raptor in there on a track cut. Angry Topaz also for Boulder joining in that penalty box.
Lady J is trying to capitalize on this power jam, but is meeting a huge wall when it comes to the Gorge defense.
Lady J able to get through that last blocker up there from Gorge. Out in front, grabbing that lead jam position. Raptor out of the penalty box.
You know it's a tough one when you almost go a full lap before becoming the lead jammer.
Raptor making it through on an initial and Lady J calling it off. 4 points on the board for Lady J in that last pass. Ricochet bouncing off the walls and into the lead jam position. Honey Badger in the back there looking for some room, just fighting through corner 2 against that wall from Gorge. Honey Badger getting out in front, grabbing that initial pass. Ricochet through on a scoring pass there, picking up 4 points. Ricochet, or Honey Badger not far behind. Impressive there of Honey Badger to de-earring themselves. They're in that corner. In the corner. Yeah.
It was perfect placement.
Hearing aids. That's what they were. Fish slap on the line for Gorge. Battling on the line for Boulder. Fish slap grabbing that lead jam position.
Gorge Roller Derby with 125, Boulder County with 84. Trying to maintain this lead with just about 16:40 left in play. Nene is your lead jammer.
Raptor getting stuck in that back with that star in that hand to try to help themselves get through that pack. Inside line not really working out right now. That rotating wall from Boulder. Cat Claws, Peacock, Freddie Mercury poising, and Ruda Vega Ginsburg. Nene finding more distance, getting those 4 points on the board. Raptor through on that initial. Looks like picking up No points there for Gorge. 2 points for Boulder. Glidezilla on the line for Boulder. Ricochet on the line for Gorge. Ricochet finding room, making that lead jammer position theirs.
And
Glidezilla giving a star pass off to Penelope Bruce.
That's a dynamic. I feel like that's almost what they wanted to.
Yeah, sometimes it works out well, but only if you anticipate losing. Ricochet in that lead jam position, got 4 points on the board. Penelope Bruce with that star pass catch earlier and 4 of their own.
Remember when you couldn't call off the amateur out of bounds?
Long time ago. That was like a very small.
No, that was,
Yeah, very small.
that made it like interesting though because you could knock somebody out. And,
Big call it.
yeah.
You remember that? That was huge. That was so long ago. It's been like this forever. As far as I can remember.
Fish slap. Release. And into that lead jam position. Battling, looking for some room in the back for Boulder. Gonna walk right through that inside corner on that initial pass. Fish slap just waiting, calling it off. 4 points on the board for Gorge. Battling, not able to get up to that pack in time. 13:30 on the clock in this second half. 135 Gorge, 94 Boulder. We had a 41 score point difference a couple jams ago, and we have a 41 point score difference again now.
Machete versus Lady J. And there goes Lady J, lead jammer status, speed skating down the court.
Lady J going out with some fire. Machete Bashad trying to close that distance, that pack. Lady J running on that inside line, picking up 4 points and calling off the jam.
Then he was like, okay, I'll try to. Then he has a jam. Like, learn how to jam.
He's really good at that pivot spot.
Betty can be a powerhouse.
Honey Badger for Boulder, grabbing that lead jam position. Rolling Raptor, giving that star pass off to Cider Gravy.
And Honey Badger threw the pack like the pack wasn't even there.
Cider Gravy around the outside, nice little spin. Pivot though, getting into action. Penelope Baruz with some one-on-one there with Cider Gravy. Shoulder to shoulder coming out of that pack, basically 4-on-4 as we see here. Honey Badger with 8 points though. In huge inside line hop there. Honey Badger basically left the track for a moment.
That wrist totally
BK
played off. I wasn't sure if that was the smartest move, but
I didn't know we had a Wright brother playing Derby today. That was flight. Fish slap picking up 8 points after that star pass. 16 on the board.
Ricochet and Nene squaring up as jammers. Nene hit out of bounds, gonna have to restart. That's where Ricochet is anyway. Until I said that, and they went right through the pack. Ricochet clearing house as they make their way through the pack.
That pack ready to go for this next impact here. Ricochet around the outside trying to call it off right at the top of that pack, picking up, looks like 3 points there. 7 total in that jam. No points given away to Boulder. 9:40 left on the period clock. Bishlaff on the line for Gorge. Battling on the line for Boulder. Side of Gravy headed to the penalty box in that pivot position for Gorge. Battling, grabbing that lead jam position. Fishlap making that initial pass. Battling up to the front and calling it off. 4 points there on the board in that last jam for Battling. $32-point difference there. Boulder County slowly itching back at that lead that Gorge has had on them. We're seeing a timeout being called for Boulder. Too many pivots. The nicest track timer ever. Rolling Raptor on the line for Gorge. Lady J for Boulder. Raptor grabbing that lead jam position. Lady J with a big push to that outside wall there, grabbing that initial pass with that star in the hand. Raptor up at the top trying to call that jam off, managing to do so, getting 4 points in the process. Ricochet on the line for Gorge. Finding a solid wall of white in the back there from Boulder. Nene out in front, grabbing that lead jam position after stretching that Gorge pack out as far as they were legally allowed to skate. Ricochet through on that initial. Nene down on the ground, calling it off.
Gorge Roller Derby with 154. Bolden County with 120. Fish Slap versus Battlein as your jammers. And that is Battlein as the lead jammer coming around again. Fish Slap stuck. Maybe a star pass or a fake out. Let's see. Just a fake out. Holds on to that star. Battlein goes through though, calls off the jam. 4 more points for Boulder County.
Boulder still chipping away that lead. It's only a 30-point lead now for Gorge. 5:40 left on the period clock. Big hit there on that inside. Honey Badger going down hard. Rolling Raptor in that lead jam position. Skater skating off in an injury. We have that jam being called off. Official timeout there.
.154 to 124 with just under 5 minutes left of this bout.
On purpose, take the 10, like right after the break.
Make some noise for Freddie Mercury Poisoning. They are a legend. Lady J for Boulder getting out front, grabbing that lead jam position. Ricochet for Gorge coming out on that initial pass, not far behind. Lady J getting knocked to the inside. Calling off that jam, picking up 2 points, it looks like. Ricochet not getting any.
Fish Slap versus Nene. Fish slap through the pack. Lead jammer status. Nene still working her way as Fish slap comes on through to score. Stays in bounds, is able to pick up the 4 points. Scoring pass number 2 for Fish slap as Nene still trying to get through. Nene has that star pass threat, but has not used it yet. Scoring pass number 3 for Fish slap. Fish slap is down, but stays in bounds. Appears to call off the jam. Timeout. I can't see who called it. White? Okay. Boulder County timeout. Oh yeah, I didn't notice that either. Dance break is over. Let's begin this jam.
Honey Badger on the line for Boulder, grabbing that lead jam position. Rolling Raptor on the line for Gorge. Huge inside line jump again. Honey Badger going around, but not able to keep it in the track cleanly, having to recycle way back behind the pack there. Able to come back in, though, and make basically no time of it at all. Raptor through that pack with that star in the hand. Raptor through the middle. Looks like picking up a penalty, though, in the process. That's going to make this a power jam situation for Raptor.
Skater down on the track.
Make some noise one more time from Machete Machad. That was a hard hit. I felt it over here on the floor, 20 feet away. Ricochet on the line for Gorge. Honey Badger in the penalty box. That penalty was issued just right before that injury was called. Honey Badger gonna be spending just a little bit of time in there. Ricochet trying to take full advantage in that lead jam position right here. Ricochet going down hard on a little inside line hop there, but picking up 4 points anyways. Ricochet finding some room at the top of that pack. Honey Badger out of that penalty box, pressing hard into the back of that wall.
Ricochet through with under 15 seconds left. Plenty of jam time. Here comes Honey Badger.
Period clock has expired. We are on borrowed jam time. Ricochet out in front with 12 points on the board. That pack moving ultra fast. Honey Badger not able to capitalize on any of those points there. Base bounded Fleetwood smack, lethal sided gravy. All for Gorge running that pack wall. Florida Beast, short stack, Angry Chopez, and Penelope Cruz running that wall for Boulder. Ricochet out in front, running that clock down to 0 in our last game of the day. 20 points on the board for Ricochet. 4 points on the board for Honey Badger.
Unofficial score 189 to 135. Gorge with the lead and the win.
We'll have that official score shortly. Make some noise for both of these teams. Make some noise for Gorge Roller Derby 189. Boulder County Roller Derby, make some noise for them. Thank them for coming out here. Thank you for coming out and playing roller derby with us. We love it. Guess what? We get to do more of that tomorrow. Bright and early, you can come and watch Boulder tomorrow morning at the first game of the day at 10 a.m. And our MVP nominations Our MVP nominations for Boulder County MVP blocker short stack, MVP jammer Honey Badger, and overall MVP Penelope Bruise. Our MVPs for Gorge Roller Derby, MVP blocker Cider Gravy, MVP jammer Rolling Raptor, and MVP overall Ricochet. MVPs, get over here, get your awards. I've got them at the announcers table. Come take them, come get them really quickly. Okay, fine. All right, if you want to see more roller derby, guess what? We're doing this again tomorrow. You can see day 2 of the roller derby, or the Cascadian Clash. Our doors open at 9 a.m. Boulder County tomorrow at 10 a.m. versus Rage City. Thank you guys for coming. Make some noise for our volunteers, our MVP, our NSOs, our referees, all the people that make this possible. We could not do it without them. Thank you guys for being here. Literally, so much officiating, you wouldn't believe it. There's a third of the amount of officials as there are skaters here.